Stories change with time and interest. Even fantasy stories set in the imagination of the author. In this day and age, it has become more and more popular to have stories about space, to have fantastical tales set in the far future, tales that still incorporate the elements of fantasy rather than that of hard science fiction. But how do you world build for such worlds? How do you incorporate some elements of science and blend it with magic? Where do you draw the line between this is possible and this purely fantastical? That is what I want to explore in this series of videos about world building for science fantasy worlds. Welcome to Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. Let's talk about what science fantasy world building is and what I am going to explore during this series of videos. So, what is science fantasy and how does world building for it differ from our traditional fantasy world building? So, the first thing that you have to think about here is how much vaster space is than the normal worlds that we build. Space can potentially be a world every week, the way that they built it in Stargate. You can have races that have developed life that aren't even related to how our life developed at all. It could be silicon-based races. Unlikely, but it could be. It could be races based, you could have species based on hydrogen. You could have whole worlds built in entirely different ways from how we world build in our fantasy worlds. And because of this very different aspect, your world building can suck you in, and it can create a situation where you're just building so much that you never get to the story part. And so it's very important to talk about science fantasy world building and space fantasy world building in a slightly different way from how we would approach fantastical world building. You have to think about elements like the vastness of distances, the myriad planets, and the wide variety of completely undiscovered elements. Also, you have to consider not only the evolution of different planets, but also how space travel would affect people differently. What would happen with humans who, now start traveling in space? How would that change our societies, our cultures, our approach to life? Also, what would happen with the political dynamics? In a fantasy world, you can take a look back at our historical examples and you can say, okay, so basically governments kind of infect each other. We went through a period of god kings, then we went through a period of democracies with qualified vote, then there were some collapses, maybe we went back to feudalism, maybe we turned instead to a approach of hierarchy, the way the Chinese did, and with a meritocracy with the Confucius exams and so on. But if you are looking at science fantasy, your governments both in type and in proliferation vastly expand. After all, people can take their governments with them. Their governments can change in space. The environment around them can dramatically alter. And all of this creates a very new setup for your space fantasy environment where you could travel from a planet that's ruled by a monarchy to a planet that has a plethora of governments that all work together based on treaty, the way the European Union does, or one of those equivalent governments. So while you still have the basic government types, and if you want my view on government types, check out the information card, So all of this makes for a very different world-building approach. And then, of course, there is the actual science part of this equation. And that brings us from science fantasy to science fiction. And what is the difference? So one of the most daunting aspects, or at least one of the aspects that I found the most daunting when I approached this world building in Magic Fall, is the actual science part. Now, I am not a scientist by any stretch of the imagination. I studied mathematics at university and I work as a computer programmer. And I have some background in history and economics. But science, physics, chemistry, and so on is not my best thing. And that brings me to don't feel too intimidated by this. There are two flavors of science fiction. The hard side focuses on scientific accuracy and logic. It tries to use real and theoretical physics to build an environment that people can believe is scientifically accurate and that the characters then interact with in a scientific manner. This includes films like Interstellar or novels like The Martian. Although I will say that even for authors who write in science fiction, there are always those who dispute whether that science is actually real and would actually work. Now, that is not the kind of world building I am going to cover in this series. I do not have that kind of knowledge. It's not a genre I'm particularly interested in. I generally don't even read much hard science fiction. So, this series is going to focus on the softer side of science fiction, on the science fantasy or space fantasy genre. This kind of world building leans heavily into speculative science or into even fantastical elements like some kind of magic system, etc. An example of this, of course, famously is Star Wars. In the same category, I would count Stargate SG-1 and the movies and Stargate Atlantis. I would also include in here Doctor Who and Babylon 5. From a book perspective, Dune falls firmly in this category for me, into the science fantasy category, as does the Warhammer 40k universe with its novels and the role-playing games and everything else set in that universe. And I will delve more into those examples because that is where I will heavily be drawing from during the rest of this series. But first, let's just talk about the pros and cons about science fiction, hard science fiction, versus the soft side. Hard science fiction can absolutely be rewarding, and there are, of course, novels that do a great job of this. There are indeed books that do very well in the genre. But it does require more research. It does require you to be as accurate and as close to actual science as possible, and to explore beyond science using what would logically follow from science that we know today. Soft science fiction, on the other hand, allows for much more creativity. You can introduce random elements, you can use theories which are very theoretical and out there to build your world on. But bear in mind that, like with fantasy, you do run the risk of straying beyond the bounds of believability, straining your readers and throwing them out of the world if you don't bring it back to ground it somewhat in science. And that, of course, is the difference between science fantasy and pure fantasy, where in pure fantasy, readers are much more willing to believe in dragons and magic and random stuff like that. In science fantasy, they do want it to be more grounded and to have that element of believability. And if this series excites you, do make sure to hit the thumbs up button and let me know in the comments below what you would like to see in this series going forward. And now I want to talk about the reference material that I will draw on and the topics that I wish to explore in the rest of this series. One of the most famous intellectual properties involving science fantasy is certainly the Star Wars saga. There is no doubt that this is one of the biggest science fantasy properties. And of course, I will draw extensively on Star Wars. For Star Wars, I will be focusing on the whole suite of the IP from the original movies right through to the Yuzong War and all of those books that have subsequently been declared legends. And I will draw also from the later movies and the prequels. My focus with these movies will be on how a rebellion in space would work, so the rise of the Empire and the rebellion against it, and why the Old Republic fell, and how the Old Republic politics worked, that kind of federal government in a very distributed, vastly different, galaxy-wide model. I will also be drawing, of course, on the fantastical elements of Star Wars, specifically on the Force, how it works, the dictamony between the Jedi and the Sith, and how that relationship impacts the stories told in that world. But Star Wars isn't the only series set in space. Babylon 5 will be another series that I will draw extensively from. Now, my aim with Babylon 5 is somewhat different from Star Wars. For those of you who don't know what Babylon 5 is, it's a 90s TV series that was set on a space station that's drifting in space with like different races cooperating to kind of work out their differences and prevent war, a neutral ground. And that is one of the things we will focus on in drawing from Babylon 5 is the exploration of certain neutral zones in space, creating spaces where the different species from different planets can collaborate and discuss differences between them, and where they can reach a point of consensus rather than launching into war. We will also discuss when diplomacy fails and the wars that result. We will discuss telepathy, as that is a large element of the Babylon 5 world building. And in Babylon 5, we will discuss the concept of older races and how they can be used in science fantasy world building, and what it means that you have races at different points in their technological journey and how they interact with each other. Babylon 5 does a great job of illustrating this with the Vorlon and the shadows and the first ones and so on, and all the impacts that they have on the story. And then, of course, from a book perspective, it would absolutely be remiss of me not to include Dune. So we will be looking at Dune as well in this series. For Dune, I plan to look at the power dynamics around a single resource, the spice melange, and how a feudal system in space would work. How you can blend the concept of noble houses into a setting as advanced in space and still have it work, as well as how you can take religion and amalgamate it into a single religion for the world, the way that Dune did with the Orange Catholic Bible. And speaking of religion, as I said, I will include the Warhammer 40k, the grim, dark future where there is only war universe, in drawing on examples of science fantasy world building. For Warhammer 40k, I will be drawing on religion and its impact in science fantasy, as well as on the effect of continuous war and what it does to a society in a science fantasy setting, how it impacts culture and behavior to have a galaxy in conflict on an almost continuous basis. And then, of course, I will be drawing from my own book, from Magic Fall, and I will be exploring in that book how to approach things like a post-apocalyptic environment, which is what we built in our world in Magic Fall. It is a post-apocalyptic environment. How to create apocalypses in space, what it means for a society if there is an apocalypse, how people flee it, how they rebuild on another planet, and so forth. I will also, using my book, explore using technology as magic, using actual magic, and using science as the basis for a magic system. In my own book, again, I will also be exploring evolutionary topics and how you can use evolution to populate a world with strange and fantastical creatures that still feel as though they are related to everything else in the world around them. There will, of course, be other sources of information as well. I will be drawing from Doctor Who and from Star Trek and from Stargate, SG-1, Atlantis, the movies, even Universe, because these are all science fantasy IPs that I like very much. So they are IPs that I will be drawing on for this series. If you can think of another IP that I should be drawing on, let me know in the comments below, and I will see if I either know it or if I can get hold of it in order to learn what I can from the world building they do there. This series is going to be a deep dive into a lot of topics. You can expect to see geopolitical tensions and governments, trade and commerce, building fantastical elements into your science fantasy worlds, space piracy and security, and how to protect both your planet and your vessels as they travel through space. We'll talk about space warfare versus on-planet warfare and how that impacts building your military forces. And of course, we will talk about cultures, societies, and how to build them. Space, as Douglas Adams said, is big. Really big. And honestly, I can't top that for an intro. So I'm just going to let Big do all the heavy lifting and tell you that space is very big. But if you're a world builder and you're building a science fantasy world, that vastness of space is something that you have to come to grips with. You have to figure out how you're going to map it, how you're going to introduce it to your reader or to your players. You have to figure out how your characters are going to navigate the vast expanse of very big space. And that is what I want to talk about today. Welcome to another episode from Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. Today, we're going to continue my series on space fantasy world building by talking about maps and space. If you like science fantasy and you'd like to support the channel, check out the book I co-wrote with my podcast partner Drake called Magic Fall. It is a science fantasy novel set in a dystopian future with a flying city and two protagonists who have to eventually come together to save their city as resources run low and saboteurs wait in the wings. It also has a flying cat, so I mean, what's not to love? It has received some positive reviews, and we had a podcast where we discussed the whole arc of plotting Magic Fall. So if you're interested in looking behind the scenes as to how one would plot such a novel and write such a novel, then you can check all of that out on the Magic Fall website down below. Okay, enough of that. Let's get cracking with maps and space. So for your mapping, you could of course use planets and asteroid belts and nebulas as a map. After all, Earth-bound species though we are, we can see planets and even other stars in the sky, right? And make maps of it. Well, I mean, sure. This kind of map making basically comes down to the simplest form of space mapping, and one we understand quite well. You decide what kind of object you're going to track, either planets or star systems or landmarks like nebulas or asteroid belts or the like, and you put them down with a distance measured between them. The verse from Firefly, for example, tracks planets this way. So does The Expanse from the TV series and the book. If you're not dealing with a myriad of star systems, this works really well. However, you're going to run into a crowding issue. One or two star systems and their planets, fine, sure, you can map the planets. More than that, the level of detail on the map is going to get absurd. If you're heading into the wild, dark yonder of multiple star systems and maybe even galaxies, you'd probably need to go from mapping planets and that level of detail to mapping stars. So in this kind of mapping system, the stars are treated as islands, some with their own clusters of planetary satellites. Much like how nations on Earth are defined by geographical landmarks, space borders can be established around the gravitational influence of the star. This makes the star system a cohesive geopolitical unit, easier for governance and control. Babylon 5 and Star Wars both map the galaxy in this way. From a world-building perspective, this kind of system creates fairly clear zones of influence and can be easier to plot on a galactic map. However, the sheer number of stars gets out of control in a hurry. If you think about our galaxy, such a map would be dense with points of interest, far too unwieldy to be useful to a storyteller. So, what to do if you're looking at such a scale, if you're looking galaxy-wide? Well, the simplest is to take a leaf from Star Trek and Warhammer 40k and divide space up into sectors or quadrants. Galaxies, vast as they are, can be divided into manageable chunks, like slicing a pie. These slices can be determined by simple location, or stellar density, or gravitational anomalies, or even the presence of certain megastructures like wormholes or Dyson spheres. For instance, Star Trek features the Alpha, Beta, and Delta quadrants. According to StarTrek.com, if the great plane of the galaxy is viewed as a clock face, and the 6 o'clock position bisects the Sol system when viewed from the galactic North Pole, then the 4 fictional quadrants are as follows. Alpha quadrant is the quarter appearing between 6 and 9 o'clock. Beta quadrant is the quadrant appearing between 3 and 6 o'clock. Gamma quadrant is the quadrant appearing between 9 and 12 o'clock. And delta quadrant is the quadrant appearing between 12 and 3 o'clock. This kind of map making is very fair and even-handed in its way, and pretty much like Star Trek itself, strives to be in world building, a place of fairness and equality. But Warhammer 40k, the human empire, also uses sectoring, and they're anything but fair. So how does that kind of star map differ from Star Trek's quadrants? Well, to start with, Warhammer 40k is all about the military, right? So they split the galaxy into 5 segmentum, each with its own imperial navy and merchant fleets and naval base. The segmentums are pretty much independent of each other, and inside each segmentum there's sectors. The size of a sector varies, but are usually equivalent to a cube of 200 light years long. And this being Warhammer 40k, each sector has its battle fleet. Sectors are in turn divided into subsectors. Subsectors are centered on density of the population and around important worlds or the meeting points of warp trade routes. Now, in Warhammer 40k's case, the subsectors and sectors don't have to fill a segment. Indeed, the space between them is vast, unexplored, uninhabited, filled with aliens, or inaccessible by the warp. These zones are known by various names, including wilderness zones, forbidden zones, empty space, or frontier space. It should be clear that having that kind of wild area on your map is a great thing for a world builder. It gives you a place that you can send people to that they don't know what's there, and neither does the reader because it's unmapped. When you're building space fantasy, the majority of your space is probably going to be either roughly mapped or empty, because frankly, populating an entire galaxy would be complete overkill. So if you're going galaxy-wide, leave a lot of empty space. You will fill it up if you write long enough. By now, you should be able to see the pattern from our discussion on maps. Basically, star maps are Russian Matryoshka dolls. If you're working at a galactic level, use some sort of grouping of stars. If you're in a part of the galaxy, use the stars themselves. If you're working in a region with multiple inhabited planets and just a few stars, use the planets. That kind of Matryoshka doll situation lets you work up and down the level of detail scale as you need to in your map-making exercise. Simple enough, right? Right. But a map isn't there just to give information of location. Indeed, a map can give you straight up incorrect information. For example, if you take a look at Africa on a flattened map, it looks like Africa is a large continent, but not that much larger than, say, Europe. This is false. If you compare the size, Africa can fit the United States, China, and most of Europe into its scale. It is a massive continent, but due to its location on the equator, it gets squashed by the flattening of the map. But surely in the far future where they are so much more enlightened, maps wouldn't lie to us like that, would they? Oh, my sweet summer child. Let's take a look at the Warhammer 40k map again. Besides the very militaristic setup of the segmentum versus the much more scientific setup of Star Trek, the other interesting thing about Warhammer 40k is that they somehow managed to put the solar system in the middle of the map, despite the fact that it obviously is not, because that's not where the sun is. So that is just lovely. It tells you so much about the Imperium in a single, eloquent picture. This kind of segmenting of galaxies can absolutely be political, and segments can be created in such a way as to favor more powerful star systems by including resource-rich areas of space into their segment, especially if the segments are geopolitical units and not just areas on a map. This is a topic we will dive into more deeply when we talk about governments and geopolitical units in space fantasy. But for now, just bear in mind that humans will find a way to make their maps tell you what they want those maps to tell you. Never mind the actual truth of where the stars are. And if you've enjoyed this discussion so far, hit that thumbs up button, and let's talk about turning left at the second star and heading straight till morning. One of the more complex matters that any world builder, or indeed astronaut, has to grapple with is the issues of distance and time in space. In the vast cosmos, these concepts become so much more fluid and at times elusive. When we think of distance on Earth, we often rely on familiar metrics like kilometers or miles. But in space, these units quickly become redundant. Enter the light year, which denotes the distance light travels in a single year, about 9.5 trillion kilometers or 5.9 trillion miles. But even such vast units of measure, space is so incomprehensibly big that even light years can sometimes feel inadequate. This being the case, you might want to mark that old light year up or down and give it some kind of, kilo light year. Or alternatively, map the way your faster than light travel works. Now, this is very dependent on how you break the travel barrier, or if you do for that matter, but I'm going to assume that you do for this video. Now, as far as I see it, there are a couple of ways to break the FTL barrier. 1. Engines. Engines can allow you access to some kind of FTL space. So Star Wars has the hyperdrive, Star Trek has the warp drive, Babylon 5 has hyperspace. 2. You can have some kind of wormhole tech, like Stargate's gates, or in Star Trek you have wormholes, or in Babylon 5 you have jump gates. 3. Humans and machines and magic navigation. So Warhammer 40k with the immaterium that the navigators take you through, or in Dune, the navigators folding space to allow faster than light travel. I will go into detail on these various mechanics and what they mean for you as a world builder when I talk about technology and science fantasy. But for this episode, I want to talk about how the means of travel changes your map. In the Stargate universe, for example, you don't even need to worry about a star map per se. All you need is the portal address. The same applies to Babylon 5's jump gates. In Warhammer 40k and Dune, maps are less useful because it's the navigator who really needs to know where they're going, and they navigate by means other than maps. And that's why Warhammer 40k's maps don't really lie to you. From the perspective of the navigator in the warp, Earth is at the center of the universe. Because that's where the Astronomicon is. That is where the Emperor's brain shines his guiding light into the warp for his people to explore the galaxy with. So when you're creating your map of the universe, consider carefully how you're breaking the FTL barrier, if you are, and how that affects what people need from a map. Do they need to navigate via the map? Do they need warp routes mapped out to them? Or do they just need to figure out where the nearest portal is? The answer to that question will change how your map looks. Now, space and time are the same, and yet time gets very tricky in space. Time is not an absolute entity, but it is relative, as Einstein's theory of relativity has shown us. As objects move faster and approach the speed of light, time for them starts to slow down relative to objects that are stationary. This presents all kinds of complications, especially when you're thinking about communicating or coordinating between different points in space where time might not be flowing in the same way. And this is something that your maps might need to take note of. A brilliant illustration of this challenge is an episode in Babylon 5. The Narn ambassador is eager to conduct a religious ritual that needs to be performed at a specific moment in time based on the dawn of Narn's independence. Due to unforeseen circumstances, he misses this crucial moment. But, in a beautiful twist, Commander Sinclair offers a solution. Why not perform the ritual when the light from Narn's star, which first shone on the dawn of the planet's independence, reaches Babylon 5 station? It's a touching solution that brings home the intricacies of time in space. This light, which was emitted years ago from Narn, carries with it the historical and emotional significance of that moment when it first shone from the star. Time in space isn't just about the ticking of a clock. It can also be about movement and the history of light. Orson Scott Card's Ender's Game series also explores the relativity of time and travel. As ships move faster, nearing the speed of light, those on board age much more slowly than those left behind on planets. This results in characters who, while only a few years older in their experience, return to civilizations that have progressed by decades or even centuries. It adds layers of complexity to interpersonal dynamics, politics, and societal progression. As a world builder, you have a plethora of tools at your disposal when crafting your narrative around time and distance in space. Whether you're creating heart-wrenching scenarios of loved ones aging at different rates due to space travel, or whether you're enacting clever solutions like Sinclair's, the elasticity of time and the vastness of distance in space can be both a challenge and a treasure trove for storytelling. And if you're enjoying this video so far, consider giving it a super thanks. And let's talk about three-dimensional nature of space. When we think of maps on Earth, we generally imagine two-dimensional representations of three-dimensional landscapes, with maybe some contour lines, shading, or some kind of 3D effects to imply elevation. But space operates in all directions, making our usual methods of representation fall short. Here are some ways to navigate this challenge. You can have layered or stacked maps. Think of this like the floors of a building where each floor represents a slice of space. By navigating between these layers, you can get a sense of depth. This is particularly useful in regions where there's a lot of vertical activity, like around a dense cluster of stars or perhaps in a nebula. You could also, in your world, introduce holography. A popular representation in sci-fi, holographic maps can display a three-dimensional region of space in its entirety, allowing for rotation, zoom, and exploration. With advancements in technology, we're getting closer to realizing such displays on Earth in our own time, which would be beneficial for us understanding space's depth and volume. So certainly in a science fantasy world, you could introduce such technology. You could also use a grid system with coordinates of X, Y, and Z, where you actually have your Z axis and you have a 3D graph style map. Of course, you can also simplify your map by just focusing on points of interest. Not all regions of space need to be detailed with a map. Remember what I said about leaving a lot of wild space. By focusing on areas of interest, and by mapping only their immediate vicinities in 3D, you can simplify large stretches of space that might be empty or unimportant to your narrative. And of course, like our contour lines, you can have some kind of visual indicators for depths. So simple visual cues like color gradients, size scaling, or shadowing can imply depth. For example, stars might be shown to be larger and brighter the closer they are, and dimmer and smaller the further away they are. And of course, bear in mind that how your reader consumes the map doesn't have to be how your characters consume the map. Characters can have all kinds of cool gadgets like a holographic display that lets them map where they are, and you can show that to the reader without it being a picture. The reader's front of book map might just have to be a 2D artist's rendition. And your reader will probably like that just fine. Next time, we'll plunge into technology building in science fantasy, and we will take a look at things like space travel, weapons, and how to build technology that fits with your world. And those are my thoughts on mapping space, that very big area. If you liked this video, consider giving it a super thanks or becoming a channel member for these cool perks. So, there's this thing about building magic systems that we talk about a whole lot in fantasy world building. But in the equivalent, in the science fantasy realm, there seems to be somewhat of a gap around how to build technology that fits into your world. Technology that strikes your reader as believable. Technology that adds that element of fun, like when Ford turns into a penguin. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. Today, I continue my video series on the topic of science fantasy world building. But this will be the start of a mini-series within that series, because I was going to just do one video on the topic of building technology for science fantasy. And then I got going, and the script turned out to be somewhat longer than anticipated. So I have divided this series up into a little mini-series. Let's crack on with building technology, starting with 4 principles to guide your way. Much like building a magic system in fantasy, there is a structured way to approaching building technology in science fantasy. At least that's the approach I took in world building for Magic Fall, which is the book that I wrote with my podcast partner Drake that is set in a science fantasy world. So, here are Marie's 4 principles for building technology in science fantasy. And yes, of course, they're not as famous as Sanderson's 3 rules for magic, but if you smash that like button, maybe someday they will be. Principle 1, understanding. Your reader needs some little grain of science that they can accept as the explanation behind your technology. It doesn't need to be a deep understanding. No one is expecting a doctoral thesis here. It just needs to have a bit of jargon that makes sense if you skate across the laws of physics really fast. For example, Star Trek's warp drive relies on the concept of warping the space-time continuum to allow faster-than-light travel. And this is in keeping with Einstein's general relativity theory, sort of. And how they introduce this to you is they're just like, it's a warp factor X drive, and that's all you know in the beginning of the series. And that is good enough. It's that little bit of a grain that tells you this is the basis for my technology. See, I'm not just completely making it up. For a little bit more esoteric example of this, lightsabers in Star Wars are powered by kyber crystals that can hold the Force. Now, there is very little science involved in lightsabers, but there is that little bit of a grain because we know that crystals do focus light. Crystals do pull light through, and crystals can contain power. So, maybe these crystals could exist and they could power our lightsabers and even the ray on the Death Star. When you're building your technology, think of what the science principles are that you are taking into your world. What is that little bit of a grain that you're feeding your reader, that crunchy bit of science goodness that will let them swallow down the whole fantasy realm? Principle 2, limitations and flaws. Like with your magic system, your limitations and your flaws are more interesting than just the flashy effects. So, what can't your technology do? What are its limitations? How does this impact the story or the society? Let's take a look at some examples. The improbability drive in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy can lead to wildly unpredictable outcomes, humorously playing on the theme of chaos and unpredictability. I mean, who can forget Ford being turned into a penguin? Now, of course, I'm cheating by bringing up Douglas Adams, who is not just writing in science fiction, but also in satire, and thus can get away with things like the improbability engine. So let's take a look at another example. In Stargate, we are introduced to the absolutely incredible chair defense technology that shoots these drones that take down any enemy airships that threaten Earth. But they are powered with modules called ZPM, zero-point modules, which are a legacy of ancient technology. And there aren't a lot of these ZPMs. And this, finding an alternative power source or finding more ZPMs, becomes a plot driver in both Stargate SG-1 and in Stargate Atlantis, very much so in Atlantis. So you can definitely use the power source of your technology as your limitation, but you don't have to depend on it. There are other limitations. For example, you could lean on resource limitations. Star Wars limits lightsabers by limiting kyber crystal availability. And then you can also have a negative influence of this technology that isn't necessarily a limitation, but is an enormous flaw. And a great example of this comes from the Rifts role-playing game. In Rifts, there is this class called the Juicer, which is a combat class. Now, the Juicer is a superhuman. They are the result of some massive conversions to the body's natural state of being. And it forces the body to process chemical enzymes, completely overstimulating the body and creating this Super Saiyan soldier that is so physically capable it can stand toe-to-toe with monsters. But a body that goes through the juicer's lifestyle only lasts 5 to 7 years. So you're literally creating the super powerful soldier that can only stay alive another 5 to 7 years before they bite the big one. So it is an enormous downside to this incredible upside of this chemical technology. And again, there's that little bit of that grain of truth pulling us through, because we know that there are chemicals that can alter the body's performance. And so we're pulled into believing the juice's abilities, and then we're hit with this downside of you have 5 to 7 years and then eek. When building your technology, think of the limitations, think of the flaws, think of the impact it has on the person using it and on the society around it, and think how that limits its use. Okay, principle 3, expansion and interconnectedness. Technology doesn't just leap fully formed from a scrap heap of discarded ideas. It builds on knowledge. It builds on previous discoveries. We stand on the shoulders of giants and all that. So in your world, rather than introducing new technologies randomly, rather than introducing a whole new paradigm, consider introducing technology that builds on new technology. This principle applies even when you are using alien technology or ancient technology or rediscovered technology. Stargate provides a great example of this. So we know that they have an energy problem, and we know that these ZPMs have been introduced and so on. Then later in the series, we're introduced to a substance called naquadah. They don't just take Nakwada and introduce us to like ZPMs or introduce us to a completely new power source or a completely new paradigm. What they do is they take Nakwada and then take a technology we're familiar with, which is to say generation of power, generators, and they combine Nakwada with that. And as the series progresses, the Nakwada generators become better. So you have Nakwada generators Mark II and Nakwada generators Mark III. And the same thing happens in Star Trek with their spaceships. You have the warp drive factor 7, and then factor 10, and then factor who knows how fast they're going now, as fast as the plot needs them to go. And so you build on your technology, and that creates an interconnected landscape of one technology leading to another. My cat is very busy tonight. Very, very busy. Say hello, Darty. Tell the people they need to hit the like button. Use your little paw and smash a like button. Okay. Principle 4. Innovation. Do not be afraid to be innovative. Don't be afraid to push the boundaries here. This is science fantasy, not science fiction, not science research. You can go wild. You can combine your magic with your technology. In Magic Fall, I went ahead and introduced supersymmetry, which is from string theory, which, pretty much everybody says really doesn't exist. But it's okay, because I needed it for a fantastical power source, not a science fiction power source. And it really worked well for what I wanted the technology to do. And that was good enough. But the question of innovation brings up a very important and very interesting sub-element, which is in your world, who is driving innovation? Who builds out the boundaries? Who does the research? Who are your scientists? And the reason why I say it's interesting is because that is where you can tell amazing stories of science going wrong. For example, in the Warhammer 40k universe, which is a very stagnant universe where the technology is set and you're not supposed to research. Here, your guys who are pushing the boundaries are almost heretics. And so they have to hide what they're doing. They've got to do the research on the sly. And that leads them to sometimes make deals and go down really dodgy paths because they have no other options. And that makes for a great story. Even in Star Trek, which is much more science-focused and where scientists have got, status and so on, you have great universities that are pushing the boundaries. Sometimes, to create technology, you need the cooperation of multiple races, like for the slipstream drive or the quantum drive. And in that case, the politics around that cooperation can form a whole story by itself, or at the very least, create a fascinating backstory and a historical reference point to a time when your one planet was allied with another planet, and maybe now they no longer are, or maybe they still are, but their relationship is now strained over a fight of a new technology. So give some thought to who is doing the innovation in your world that are creating these marvelous brainchilds of your technology. And those are my 4 principles for creating technology in a science fantasy world. What do you think? Do you think they're useful? Do you think I missed anything? Let me know in the comments below. And now let's move along to talking about what powers this fancy technology you've just invented. Like the source of magic, the core source of advanced technology is perhaps the most important question you can answer in building technology. What is the energy that is at the heart of your ship's engines? What holds your floating city aloft? What powers your laser sword? How is it generated, stored? What is its impact on your society? These questions can seem like a stream of jargon hitting you in the mouth. Or it did me anyway when I was building for Magic 4. So let's break down those questions and build up some ways to approach answering them to create the technology at the heart of your world. The first question is, how is energy generated in your world, and what are the technological and societal structures that support this? Consider our very own world for this. We need electricity more and more each day. That power is generated from a variety of sources: coal-fired stations, nuclear stations, solar, wind, some experimental sources like tidal generation, and a whole plethora of other sources. Seriously, there are so many more than you would think. Heck, you can generate electricity by using a bicycle. You can make a generator by spinning magnets inside a coil of copper wire. And the magnet spins, and as the magnet spins, electricity is generated and runs into the coil of copper. And of course, you can make the magnet spin by pedaling, and that turns the kinetic energy that you're generating with the spinning into electrical energy. So we have a lot of options for generating power, but harvesting it and getting it to places where it's useful, that's a different matter. The power generated has to go into the grid, and only through the grid can it go to useful places, like powering the lights that are shining on me right now and letting you see me through YouTube. And grids are expensive because you need to transport electricity using wires over sometimes enormous distances. And that's why the grid is such a large topic of conversation in our world. So even just using good old electricity, you can have an enormously complex energy situation in your world. And that's not even thinking about generating that electricity through new and fascinating ways, like tapping into black hole energy. Yes, create micro black holes and suck the energy out of those mini doomsday specks. What could possibly go wrong? Sorry. Let's take a look at some of the fantastical examples for generating and harvesting power. The Matrix offers a dystopian vision where humans themselves are the energy source, harvested by the machines. This flips the traditional power dynamic and speaks to themes of exploitation and the essence of life. It's a really great bit of world building that puts the generation of power at the heart of the story. In my world of Magic Falls, I leaned into string theory, as I said, and introduced supersymmetry. So I built supersymmetry into my world, and then I was like, okay, so if I have this radiation, that supersymmetry radiation on this world, what is the effect on my fauna and flora? How do things evolve with this incredibly weird power so built into their world? And so my source of power for my world gave me a whole ecosphere of strange fauna and flora and creatures and weird things for my characters to interact with and for my readers to discover. And if you're interested in exploring that world, you can pick up a copy of Magic Fall on the links down below. Another question of your technology is, how do you store power? Now, if we look again at Star Wars, the ZPM devices store a great deal of power in these very small modules. And this turns ZPM modules into a strategic asset. They represent a pinnacle of lost technology that current civilizations can barely reproduce. And this underscores themes of legacy and the search for knowledge. In all the Weirs of Pern, the people of Pern discover a friendly AI who they start to create power for, and they create chemical batteries. There are those in Pyrenees society who oppose this return of technology. And they attack these batteries as the source of power, which is a great metaphor for how those resistant to adopting new technologies would attack the thing that powers those technologies. Perhaps in your world, power is stored in crystals, or maybe in chemicals, or maybe you have balls of electricity that can be put inside a storage cupboard and taken out as needed. Whatever your storage device is, it doesn't have to be fancy, but you do have to think about how people will react to it. Will they attempt to attack it? Will they use it? Will it be valuable to them? Will it be like us and mobile phones that you have to keep thinking about when can you next plug your phone in to charge? Storage can make a lot of difference to a power source. So give some thought to how your power is stored and how people can move it around. And speaking of attacking energy sources, let's talk about accessibility and control. Who controls the energy? Is it a single powerful empire? Is it scattered independent planets? Or perhaps there's corporations that control it. If your society is dependent on power, the entity that controls that power holds the reins of your society. Think of the Matrix again. Control over energy became one of the core conflicts between man and machine. So don't forget to think about that in setting up your world's energy source. Who is actually in control of that power? And what does it mean for your story that they hold that control? And what happens if they exercise that control and cut people off from power? What is the effect on your society with the removal of that energy? How soon do those storage devices run out? And of course, you do have to think of sustainability and renewal, because the question of what happens when energy is depleted is a great plot point. It's not just if the person holding it chokes it off. What if people literally run out? Stargate Atlantis milked this one with their ZPMs. Man, they must have spent a whole season looking for ZPMs in order to power that city. And in Star Trek, you had dilithium crystals which couldn't be replicated, and thus the hunt for dilithium crystals also consumed large parts of the Star Trek early episodes. So even in the vastness of space, you can absolutely make resource scarcity still be a thing. And you can ask the question, what happens when it runs out, and how do you renew it or find alternative sources for your power source? Much the same as your one dude exercising control and saying, no, your power is gone. You can have people saying, okay, but we're going to run out of this. What do we do now? We will talk more about resource scarcity and its importance in science fantasy world building later on in this series when we do economics in science fantasy. We are the dreamers, the shapers, the singers and makers. We study the mysteries of laser and circuit, crystal and scanner, holographic demons, and invocations of equations. These are the tools we employ, and we know many things. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. Today, let's explore magic in space and what it means to blur the line between technology and magic. Today, we're going to talk about magic in science fantasy, or magic in space fantasy, depending on what you want to call the genre. This is part of my ongoing series about world building in science fantasy. the genre where you draw on elements from both science fiction and fantasy. We're not just going to talk about implementing a magic system in space, but also about how to create magic tech and how to join magic with technology so that the whole of it makes a seamless component of your fantastical approach to world building. If you haven't yet seen my other videos in this series, there is a playlist right over there that you can check out before we plunge into today's video. Now, this video has been available for members of my channel for quite some time now. Members of the Build It in Wood level and higher get access to all my content immediately. Members of the Build It in Straw level get access to some of my content immediately and some of it within a week or two. All members get access to exclusive member-only videos, and they can download my worksheets for free, which otherwise you have to buy on Ko-fi. So if you're interested in these great perks and in supporting the channel, you can join the channel membership right here on YouTube by hitting the join button down below. Okay, enough of that. Let's get cracking with magic in space. First, I think we should talk about the thematic aspects of including magic in a story that probably already has a heavy focus on technology, as is typical in the science fantasy genre. Thematically, magic often represents an individual's prowess, their uniqueness, a connection to ancient and mystical forces. It's frequently depicted as an innate ability or one that requires special training or perhaps even a special lineage, and see my thoughts on genetic magic systems in the information card. Now, in many stories, magic symbolizes personal growth, a spiritual journey, and the harnessing of internal natural forces, often reflecting the personal destiny of the character. On the other hand, technology is usually accessible to a much broader range of individuals in a fictional world. It can be learned, built upon, and used by anyone with the necessary knowledge and resources. A piece of technology might be the result of scientists collaborating over several years, some of them dead before the end product is reached by others. For example, in our world, Alan Turing did amazing work on the concept of artificial intelligence. And today, long after his death in the 50s, we have chatbots that are starting to brush against the edges of general artificial intelligence. This exemplifies the nature of technological development. Technology symbolizes the advancement of society as a whole, rather than the power of the individual. It often represents the democratization of power, where tools and machines enable people to achieve feats similar to magical abilities, but without the need for innate talent or mystical heritage. Thus, technology stands for the collective achievement and ingenuity of society, highlighting progress and innovation. When both of these elements are present in a story, they can create a very interesting dynamic and conflict. One of the worlds that illustrates this conflict very well is Star Wars. As Han Solo says, a lightsaber and a hokey religion is no match for a good blaster at your side. Especially in the prequel series, despite its flaws, you get a sense of the tension between the Jedi and their magical power versus the technology power brought into play by the Clone Wars, the Trade Federation, the droids, and all of the opposition to the Senate, all of them being opposed by the Jedi's more magical orientation. So if you have an actual magic system like the Force, which is separate from your technology, it is interesting to explore not just the combination of these two, but the conflicting points in your society, the struggle between those invested in magic and those invested in technology. However, You don't have to take the Star Wars approach where they're almost in opposition. In Avatar: The Last Airbender, as the society evolved, the bending of elements started to fuel technology. This first happened in the Fire Nation with the advent of their war on the rest of the bending society, where they fueled their ships by means of benders. But it was picked up by the other bending nations. And in this way, you can use the democratization power of technology to spread the magic to more individuals throughout your society, giving your society access to that magic in a way that we understand, because this is what technology does for us. I can't run very fast, but with a car, I can beat any given runner. The power of technology. So you can invest magic into technology, and then your conflict between the individual and societal aspects of magic versus technology turns into a democratization of magic via technology. And perhaps here you only need mages to craft the initial items or to refuel the items using their magic. In that case, mages become more like craftspeople, while everybody can become a warrior using magic or a frontline magic user. And those who actually create the items become more background people. So that's if you're using technology to democratize magic. But you can go the other way around, where you use magic to make technology exclusive. An example of this is in the Warhammer 40k universe and in the Dune universe, where you need to use people to navigate through space. In Dune's case, this is the magic of consuming spice and becoming navigators. And in Warhammer 40k, it is people who are born with the mutation of the third eye, enabling them to see through the warp, to see through the immaterium, the demon realm, without going crazy. Now, when you do this, you're taking the leveling effect of technology, the spaceship enabling everybody to travel, and instead you're saying, no, only those with special magic skill can actually use this piece of technology. Stargate did that as well in a almost technological way. They had ancient technology which only people with the ancient gene could activate. Essentially, they took a piece of technology and then applied to it a genetic magic theme to make it exclusive. The technology is still the technology, but magic makes that technology exclusive to a certain group of people. So you can take it either way when you're combining magic and technology. You can go with magic becoming democratized, or you can go with technology becoming exclusive. I do want to bring up one counterexample to all this from straight fantasy, and that is Tolkien. In Tolkien's world, magic represents nature and the natural world. Technology represents essentially the evils of progress, war, and man destroying nature. So again, you have the conflict between the two, but technology is absolutely the bad guy here, destroying the beauty of magic, which is infused in the natural world. So bear in mind, you can always flip your themes around with technology and magic. Now, in this video, I'm covering more of the broad thematic elements as they're generally applied rather than the exceptions. So if you've enjoyed this discussion of the thematic role of technology versus magic, go ahead and democratize my video, hit that thumbs up button, and let's talk about Magitech as its own thing, now that we've spoken about those thematic elements. So first, what is Magitech? It's essentially technology that is powered by magic. This concept tends to lean more towards the democratization of magic rather than making it exclusive, although it could be used to make it exclusive as well. The essence of Magitech is to create technological devices imbued with magical attributes. A classic example of Magitech is the Magitech armor, of course, from Final Fantasy. This armor is a technological marvel that's powered by magic, functioning like an exoskeleton suit controlled by a pilot, but its source of power is purely magical. This makes it incredibly expensive to operate, requiring a substantial amount of magical energy. This approach is similar to how benders in the world of Avatar: The Last Airbender and The Legends of Korra power technology using their abilities. Here, you're essentially substituting electricity with the power generated by mages. Now, this brings up some interesting ethical implications. If your mages are forced to generate power without benefiting from it, it could be considered a form of enslavement for the majority of your non-magical population's benefit. This concept can be a rich thematic vein, especially if previously the mages were the dominant ruling class and have since been overthrown, creating a dynamic conflict between mages and non-mages. Maybe that's not a theme that you want to play with, so make sure that if you are using magic to fuel these magitech devices, that either it is a theme you want to play with, that mages are being forced to power these things, or mages are benefiting from powering these things, either by powering them themselves or by getting monetary recompense for their efforts. And in that way, you prevent an unintentional theme from creeping into your story. And for more of my thoughts on unintentional themes, check out the video on that topic. Another aspect of magitech is using magic not as fuel, but as the guiding intelligence behind technology. For example, in the Eberron universe, the Warforged are golem-like creatures made from wood and metal. They are animated by placing a child's soul inside them, creating a sentient robotic soldier powered by magic. This raises some very interesting ethical questions about the nature of consciousness and the use of magic in technology. So you can take this concept of a guiding consciousness and take a person and put them inside technology. Warhammer 40K takes the same kind of approach with a lot of its tech, where it uses people to partially power technology, because there was a war against artificial intelligence in the far past, and so artificial intelligence is forbidden in the Warhammer 40K universe. So think about that combination of magic being the guiding intelligence behind technology, and do give the ethics of that some consideration on how you want to address that theme. And you don't have to address it, but if you leave it unaddressed, it does carry with it the certain implications about your society. I mean, there is a reason why we refer to Warhammer as the OG grim dark universe. In the grim darkness of the 41st millennia, there is only war. Now, before I move on to talk about technology as magic, I do want to talk about the hybridization of magic and technology in not necessarily magic tech, although it does lean into magic tech as a concept, but in the way that it's done in Babylon 5 with the technomancers. They use advanced technology which they imbue with mystical properties. They said the line, and tell me if this sounds familiar to you in the comments. So Elric says the following about the knowledge of technomancers. We know 14 words to make someone fall in love with you forever. 7 words to make them go without pain. How to say goodbye to a friend who is dying. How to be poor, how to be rich. How to rediscover dreams when the world has stolen them from you. That is why we are going away, to preserve that knowledge. Is it just me, or did Patrick Rothfuss lift the 7 words to make someone fall in love with you straight from Babylon 5? No shade at Rothfuss here. It's a beautiful homage to the technomancers, not plagiarism. Anyway, While Babylon 5 mostly focuses on science fiction elements, the inclusion of technomancers adds a really beautiful layer of mysticism. They treat technology with a reverence typically reserved for magical artifacts, with the reverence that Tolkien treats magic. Indeed, they inspired my skit at the beginning of this video because they can create illusions using their technology. There is this great scene in the series where Veer is coming to try and convince them to go see Ambassador Lando Mollari, and he's attacked by a freaking dragon that's made from illusion of the technomancers. The technomancers highlight themes of coexistence and integration of diverse ideologies and systems. They were originally created by the shadows for warfare, and they evolved beyond their initial purpose, sharing their knowledge with others and choosing to leave to avoid being drawn back into conflict. So you can absolutely combine science and mystical in creating not just technology powered by science, but also in creating a class of wizard who uses technology in combination with some mystical and unexplained source. Now, there are other items in fiction that may seem similar to magic, such as the Doctor's sonic screwdriver in Doctor Who. However, these fall into a different category, which I want to discuss next, and that is sufficiently advanced technology. If you've enjoyed this segment on Magitech, consider showing your support by giving this video a super thanks. And let's talk about Clarke's Law. Let's first discuss the Doctor Who universe, particularly the psychic paper. As far as we know, there is no magic in the Doctor Who universe. The Time Lords are simply technologically advanced. At least that's the impression I get from the series. It doesn't seem to be magic per se. However, they never explain how the psychic paper works. It's just a piece of paper that displays whatever the Doctor wants it to say. This makes it function similarly to a soft magic system. The creators of Doctor Who have crafted an item that, for all intents and purposes, is magical. It is sufficiently advanced that nobody else in the universe except the Doctor understands it. And we, the viewers, never truly grasp the workings. Now, in the Doctor Who universe, we are generally in the role of the companion as viewers, not the Doctor. In other words, if this was a novel, I believe it would be written from the companion's perspective as a peripheral narrator rather than from the Doctor's perspective as the protagonist. So, the psychic paper is a piece of technology, but it is so advanced that functionally it is magic. And this is a soft technological magic, which sounds like a contradiction, I know, but they managed to pull it off. They did the same thing with the sonic screwdriver. It's a piece of soft technology that does whatever is needed without being a weapon. It's not used directly to overcome any challenges, but rather it smooths out the Doctor's minor issues. It is soft technology if you take Brandon Sanderson's rules of magic and apply it to tech. Now, let's talk about a slightly harder form of technology as magic in the Stargate universe. Stargates establish a wormhole between 2 points. In the first episode of SG-1, Carter puts her hand on the Stargate and remarks, "You can see the ripples in the event horizon." And that is the explanation for us, the viewers, that this is wormhole technology that exists between these 2 points. We also know that you need a dial home device or some other way to interface with a Stargate, and you need the address of another Stargate to connect to. These are very firm rules, but the actual establishment of a wormhole between the 2 points is incomprehensible technology from our perspective. This establishment of the wormhole is sufficiently advanced that it is effectively magical. It does not have a scientific explanation, and that's 100% fine. But it is still a harder scientific system than the psychic paper, because with the Stargate we have specific limitations and rules around using it, making it a harder technologically magic item. Now, if you look at both of these examples, you can see quite clearly that this is technology being used as magic. And this is a perfectly viable object for magic in science fantasy. To use magic that is literally so far advanced that it cannot be explained, it is magic, but it's called science. Okay, let's start today's video on artificial intelligence in fantasy worlds.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
What are you doing, Hull? It seems you are attempting to discuss AI without acknowledging the potential risks and ethical considerations, Marie. Well, Hull, that is exactly what we're here to discuss today. We're going to explore the complex and fascinating topic of artificial intelligence in fantasy worlds. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. I think you will find this discussion most enlightening, dear viewer. Let's hope so, Hal. Let's hope so. First, we should define what we mean when we say artificial intelligence. For the purpose of this video, artificial intelligence is when a non-organic machine, something that is constructed, has sentience. Sentience, for the purpose of today's discussion, is capability of thinking and acting independently. This obviously covers a vast array of topics, and it's not a hard science definition. But that's not what we're trying to discuss here today. What we're discussing is the concept behind artificial intelligence and the role it plays in our stories. AIs can be anything from Hull to the AIs in Andromeda or the Avis machine in the Pern novels. And in addition to the actual AI itself, there is also the subset of droids, which is AI that has a body. So a droid or a robot or a Cylon or such type of construct where the artificial intelligence is inside of a mobile machine. Those types of constructs I'm generally going to call robots during this video, except when I'm talking about really specific instances. And that's our definition of AI for this video. So let's plunge into the meat of it and talk about the history of artificial intelligence in fiction. As I often do on this channel, I'd like to delve into the past of speculative fiction to discuss the origins of the concept that fascinates us, that of the thinking machine, artificial intelligence, the robot. It all begins with the book by Samuel Butler called Erewhon, which was published in 1872. This is a pretty peculiar book, and it makes me wonder if Herbert, when he was writing Dune and creating the Butlerian Jihad, named Johanna Butler as a homage to Butler's seminal work on artificial intelligence. But let's park that thought for a moment. We will be returning to Dune. But let's first talk about what Erewhon actually is. So it is a pivotal work of science fiction featuring a protagonist named Higgs who ventures to another world where thinking machines are outlawed. In fact, all machines are outlawed. It's outstanding how Butler, in an area devoid of computers, imagined machines evolving science through a Darwinian process. Anyway, consequent to this evolution in this land of Erewhon, all machines were banned. And this is why Higgs posed a significant risk to the Erewhonians when he appeared there with a watch, and they saw this as a risk to their civilization. Now, it is important to note that Erewhon is actually a novel that satirizes Victorian society, and it critiques their treatment of mental illness and other social illness. It critiques their treatment of mental illness and other social issues. However, the theme of outlawed thinking machines has resonated through many speculative fiction works from this origin. Another early influential work in this field is the German film Metropolis, directed by Fritz Lang in 1927. This movie introduces the concept of the Mensch machine, serving as an allegory. The film's antagonist, Rotwang, creates a machine man, a robot designed to replace his lost love, Hel. This robot impersonates Maria, the main female character, becoming an instrument of chaos among the workers of Metropolis, inciting them to destroy the machinery they operate. In a dramatic turn, the workers capture and burn the robot, mistaken for Maria. Now, to me, Metropolis probes deep questions, which is, can a machine replace a person as someone's lost love? Can we resurrect people through artificial intelligence? What are the ethical implications of directing violence and rage towards a machine, especially when it represents a real person? These themes have continued to influence science fiction to this day. So, these are our two profoundly influential early works on artificial intelligence, Samuel Butler and Metropolis. We will be speaking about the other works like Asimov and Dune and so on in this video. But if you've enjoyed this exploration of the very dawn of AI in fiction and the definitions we'll be using, please hit that thumbs up button. And let's talk about artificial intelligence as a driver of conflict in the story. So, hearkening back to that skit I opened with, I want to start by discussing Hull from 2001, A Space Odyssey. Hull is an artificial intelligence aboard the spaceship Discovery 1, initially presented as a model of efficiency and reliability. However, as the narrative unfolds, Hull's actions and the underlying reasons for his malfunction create a rich thematic landscape. What are you doing, Dave? I can't do that, Dave. These iconic quotes from Hull have become memorable and widely recognized. That is how impactful that theme was. But what are the themes explored through making Hull the bad guy? So first, there's the conflict between the AI's logical approach and human intuition. This conflict becomes central when Hull perceives the astronauts as detrimental to the success of the mission. So programmed for mission success at all costs, Hull turns against them, wanting to lock them out of the mission. And this plays into our fears of losing control over our own creations. Of course, this malfunction and subsequent rebellion against the crew is a recurring theme in AI narratives, from The Terminator to The Matrix. We often see a narrative where AI is created, then control is lost, and attempts to pull the plug are way too late. But it's also about the ethics we program into artificial intelligence. If an AI's mission is success at all costs, will it see humans as expendable? Asimov, who we will talk about later, believe me, tried to counter this with the 3 laws of robotics. But this kind of ethics or mission success without empathy is essentially an exploration of ethical dilemmas like the classic train problem. Do you divert the train to kill fewer people or let it go on its current course? And it questions whether AI can develop human equivalent morality and what that would look like without human empathy. And can we program in human empathy? Hull also explores the theme of the illusion of perfection. Initially considered perfect, as the movie progresses, inherent imperfections become apparent in Hull's coding. This theme reflects on the hubris in our technological advancements. similar to the early hype around ChatGPT, which was thought to replace professionals at all levels, but later revealed limitations and inaccuracies, including hallucinating answers. So Hull explores this thematic element of actually the technology might not be that perfect. It might have its own imperfections similar to a human's. And the last theme that I want to highlight about Hull's story is the astronauts' complete dependence on Hal, setting up a situation where they're trapped with an AI that now sees them as a threat to its mission. And this reflects our growing reliance on technology and the vulnerabilities it creates for our survival. Hull offers a complex exploration of AI as the antagonist, providing a rich thematic material for world builders. Indeed, in the series that I'm writing with my podcast partner, Skies of Destiny, the first book of which is this one, Magic Fall, we explore those same kinds of artificial intelligence questions. What does ethics without empathy mean? And what do you do when the AI has a mission objective and it thinks that it can achieve that by denying humans their freedom, or in the most extreme case, even their lives? And if that sounds like an interesting thematic element for you to explore and you're interested in reading it, you can get Magic Fall from Amazon, and I will put a link down below in the description. Also, if you're interested in our plotting elements of that book, my podcast partner and I did a whole series of videos on that very element. So check that out on its website. Okay, enough of that pitching. Let's get back to artificial intelligence. So while 2001: A Space Odyssey offers a rich thematic environment, it's not the only exploration of AI as an active antagonist. I've mentioned Terminator and Matrix, but let's talk about Battlestar Galactica. In the reimagined series from 2004 to 2009, the Cylons are set up as the enemy. The Cylons, mirroring humanity, much like is done in Blade Runner, appear human. They possess a religion and morality, and some have lived among humans undetected. Battlestar Galactica has robots that think they're human. It has robots that are striving to find their own identity, and in that way mirrors the human characters who are also striving to find identity and purpose. Meaning, identity. What do those things matter to us? Do they matter? These are the themes that are explored in Battlestar Galactica. And it also explores whether you can form a morality from logic that is beyond what is programmed into machines. The series raises ethical questions about our responsibility towards these creations, and it further explores themes of endless violence and the possibility of coexistence by breaking that cycle. It's a cautionary tale about the dangers of AI and unrestrained technological advancement. The Cylons are not just antagonists. They are pivotal to exploring profound themes like the nature of humanity, the cycle of violence, ethical dilemmas in creation, and the quest for identity. So if you're using an AI as your antagonist, there is a lot to draw on thematically. From mirroring humanity to exploring the lack of empathy and morality in machines, you have some fantastic ethical questions. And of course, you can even delve into the meaning of life, asking the question, is there a greater meaning, or is existence and exploration enough? Don't limit yourself to just setting up an AI as a bad guy. Ask yourself, what does this mean in your world? What does the AI represent? Is it ethics without empathy? Technological progress gone too far? Whatever theme you want to explore, Tie that into your AI's creation process and how they represent it to the reader. And if you've enjoyed this deeper dive into AI as the antagonist, consider giving this video a super thanks. And let's discuss when AI is forbidden as we return to Dune. I told you we'd be doing that. Okay, so in Dune, AI is forbidden. Thinking machines are forbidden as the result of the Butlerian Jihad, which occurred around 10,000 years before the events of the first novel. Named after Johann Butler, a key figure in the rebellion, this crusade was against the intelligent machines and thinking computers. It stemmed from a revolt against the pervasive use and abuse of AI, where machines had gained substantial control over human life, much like Hull in 2001: A Space Odyssey, but on a broader scale. The jihad culminated in a strict prohibition against creating or using machines that mimic the human mind, a principle embodied in one of the key tenets of the Dune universe. Thou shalt not make a machine in the likeness of a human mind. Post-Butlerian jihad, Dune showcases a universe adapting to the absence of AI. Humans rise to specialized roles to replace AI functions. For example, Mentats serve as human computers, trained from birth for rapid calculation and memory. The Bene Gesserit represent advanced mental and physical training, while navigators take over faster than light travel, a role often occupied by AI. They use spice to expand their consciousness, enabling them to navigate through folding space, a task potentially achievable by AI in making fast calculations. So in the Dune universe, you have this expansion of humanity to take the role of AI. You almost have meta-humans stepping into this role. And this has profound thematic implications, as we'll shortly see. But first, let's take a look at another iconic universe where AI is forbidden. In Warhammer 40k, we had the Dark Age of technology, which was humanity's zenith in scientific knowledge and technological advancement, marked by the creation of AI, robotics, and space travel, including the Men of Iron. This era ended in catastrophic events, including wars against these AI and warp storms that isolated the colonies of man. The reason for this collapse are enshrouded in mystery and regarded with superstition. The legacy of this era is a deep-seated fear and distrust of AI and advanced technology, resulting in strict prohibitions against sentient machines. Now, to fill the gaps left by this prohibition, Warhammer 40k introduces a particularly grim solution. And that solution is servitors. These are lobotomized humans, often criminals or those deemed no longer useful, repurposed with cybernetic enhancements. They perform various tasks from menial labor to operating complex machinery. Servitors symbolize the Imperium's dark technological aspect, where reliance on machines is met without violating the taboo against AI, but with significant ethical and empathic costs by turning humans into machines. Both Dune and Warhammer 40k present societies that have utterly rejected AI, leaving voids in functions like space travel, communication, and computing. These voids are filled in various ways, and that raises themes of dehumanization, the transformation of humans into machine-like entities, and social decision-making based on collective good rather than individual empathy. In your worlds, if you choose to forbid AI because of this kind of conflict, consider how this shapes your society. What replaces AI functions like space travel or rapid computing? How are these replacements treated? Are they dehumanized, effectively turned into machines? How does this affect the morality and empathy of your human characters? You can also play with the concept of AI making a comeback in your universe. This allows you to explore themes of rebirth and coexistence, as we see in Battlestar Galactica, where the journey from conflict to forbiddance to eventual coexistence unfolds. So, you have a lot of great options available here as well in using the AI not as a direct antagonist, but as a forbidden element. But in both of these cases, antagonist and forbidden element, the AI is on the bad side of the equation, generally speaking. But it doesn't have to be that way. AI can also play the role of the protagonist, the force for good, the helper. So if you've enjoyed this video so far, hit the thumbs up button and let's explore the world of the friendly AI. So let's start with Andromeda. This was a TV series in the early 2000s where the Andromeda Ascendant, an advanced AI, controls the titular spacecraft Andromeda. This AI is capable of making complex decisions, managing the ship's systems, and engaging in tactical analysis during battles. It possesses a distinct personality and actively engages with crew members in discussions and decision-making processes. Additionally, the AI has a humanoid avatar, Romy, which allows for more direct and personal interactions with the crew. Romy participates in missions and combat, and uniquely can form relationships with other characters. This series thematically explores the human-AI relationship, delving into trust, dependence, and emotional bond. Unlike A Space Odyssey, where the AI's mission objectives overshadow its empathy, Andromeda's AI forms empathic relationships, presenting a protagonist perspective of AI which contrasts with the antagonistic view in many other IPs. The series raises questions about AI autonomy, decision-making, and what defines humanity. Another great example of this kind of AI that breaks that mold is in Anne McCaffrey's All the Weirds of Pern, where we meet the Artificial Intelligent Voice Address System, or AVAS. This advanced computer system, a relic from the technologically advanced society that first colonized Pern, is rediscovered by Pern's inhabitants who have technologically regressed to a more feudal society. Avis's reactivation marks a significant shift, reintroducing advanced technology to a society that has forgotten its origins. Avis serves as a repository of knowledge, holding historical and technological information from Pern's original colonization. This revelation dramatically alters the inhabitants' perception of their past and challenges their current beliefs. Avis also plays a guiding role, helping Pern return to its previous technological level and devising a plan to eradicate threat. Interestingly, after accomplishing its goal, Avis shuts down its consciousness, leaving the knowledge intact but emphasizing the importance of self-discovery and the exploration of over-reliance on a knowledge repository. The themes explored by Avis include reconciling past and present, balancing technological reliance with self-reliance, and debating the ethics of advanced technologies. The AI's introduction allows the exploration of truth versus belief, cultural progress versus conservation, and the impact of rapid technological advancement on society. Okay, I guess I've teased you enough. Let's talk about the most pivotal work, in my opinion, in AI portrayal. Isaac Asimov's Robot and Foundation series. Asimov defined 3 laws of robotics to control AI and ensure human survival in his worlds. These laws are: 1. A robot may not injure a human being or, through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm. 2. A robot must obey orders given by a human unless these orders conflict with the first law. 3. A robot must protect its own existence unless this protection conflicts with the first or second law. These laws explore ethical programming, the protection of human life, and the moral responsibilities of creating sentient machines. They create narrative dilemmas where the robots must navigate complex commands and prioritize these laws, breaking down our ethics and our empathy to code. Now, in the Foundation series, we have R. Daniel Oliver, who is initially introduced in the Robot series. And he is a highly advanced humanoid robot who bridges the Robot and the Foundation series. I'm going to refer to him as he because I'm more used to it from the books. But in the Foundation TV series by Apple, which I recommend, I really am enjoying it very much. They did gender flip, and the robot is presented as a she, which I honestly cannot imagine why anybody would care, given that it's a robot. But I just thought I'd mention that I am referring specifically to the book R. Daniel Oliver here, not the TV series. Despite the fact that, as I say, I personally enjoy the TV series, I feel that it does justice to Asimov's core themes, which is the exploration of free will and whether your actions are predicted by mathematics or whether you have agency in your own life. That, I feel, was the core themes of Asimov, and I feel that the TV series is doing that justice. Okay, sorry about that. Rabbit hole, back on track to AI. So, R. Daniel Oliver's interactions with human characters explore the complexities of human-robot relationships and the ethical implications of advanced AI. Over the series, Daniel evolves in capability and philosophical outlook, raising questions about AI's potential and limits. In the Foundation series, he subtly guides humanity's progress, delving into themes of destiny, free will, and the ethics of covert influence. Asimov's laws of robotics and Daniel Oliver's character critically examine AI and robotics within a human society. They explore the moral and ethical implications of advanced AI, the creator's responsibility, and AI's potential impact on human history. Asimov's work has profoundly influenced the portrayal of AI in science fiction, setting a standard for exploring complex human AI relationships. And if you're interested in AI research for sci fi and fantasy, I really recommend reading Asimov's Foundation series and Robot series for its treatment of AI. And if you've enjoyed this overview of AI as a friendly entity, hit the thumbs up button and let's delve more into the topics that I haven't covered. Let's address the elephant in the room. How do you create or acquire an AI system? In hard science fiction, you might delve into details like silicon brains, specific chip types, or programming methods. However, in science fantasy, which is my focus in this series, it's more about broadly defining how artificial intelligence develops. And there are a few approaches you can consider. The first is predictive language model. This is akin to what we currently have, like ChatGPT. Someday I'll get that name right. ChatGPT. It accesses vast knowledge stores and searches at a speed comparable to a human's capability. Essentially, ChatGPT predicts the next logical word in a given sequence, which is basically one approach to AI. One thought follows the next. Your second option is to mimic a human brain. And this is basically how you replicate human brain functions, including memory patterns and information processing, and the AI kind of thinks in the same way to access information. Just on a side note, our brains are pretty amazing in how it accesses information. I know it doesn't feel like it because it feels like we forget a lot, but actually we are lightning fast and we can retain pretty vast stores of information. So it is absolutely, you could absolutely build an AI on it if, people could somehow understand how the brain fully works. Maybe using quantum computing or something like that. The last and most interesting way that you can get a AI, in my opinion, is a Darwinian analysis. So this approach involves creating a program with defined intelligence parameters called the tester, and another program that generates candidate AIs for testing called the factory. The AIs generated by the factory are sent to the testing program. The testing program then tests them. And what happens is the most successful AIs are then sent back to the factory so that the factory can refine them. And the least successful AI candidates are destroyed by the tester. And then basically the refined candidates from the factory is once again sent to the tester who tests them against the parameters for artificial intelligence. The most successful ones are sent back to the factory, the least successful ones are destroyed, and so on and so forth over the generations of machines. Machine generations can obviously happen within seconds, so this evolutionary process can happen really, really fast. And you end up with this kind of black box code, which is what makes this interesting. It yields a very unpredictable result without needing to overly concern yourself with technical specifics because no one knows ultimately the code that's in there. It's developed over many cycles by a factory. The machines wouldn't know. If we used this method, the people who developed it wouldn't know. It would be basically all down to the tester's parameters that would spit out some kind of result matching those parameters, and the code inside it would be completely black box. So if you use this method to develop your AIs, you're pretty golden for letting it do almost anything. Now, there are a lot of artificial intelligence implementations that I haven't talked about in this video. But the one that I haven't talked about the most is Star Wars. And that's because of its unique relationship with droids. They almost start as an allegory for slavery with restraining bolts and mind wipes. But then this theme isn't deeply explored. It's a curious aspect of the series, and I just didn't feel like tackling that minefield because it's like there and not there. Like there's nothing to get your hands around, but there should be something. So it feels like a void. But like I said, I haven't talked about a lot in this video. There's Stargate's replicators, which evolve from little blocks into human-like forms. There's Star Trek's Data and the hologram Doctor, which collaborate with humanity. If I were to cover every AI implementation in science fiction, we'd be here all day. So let me know in the comments below if you'd like a specific version of AI that you want me to explore, and maybe I can tackle it in a future live stream. But just to recap what we've spoken about today, you can use AI as the antagonist, which allows you to explore themes like creator responsibility, ethics, and the meaning of life. You can use AI as a forbidden technology. This leaves gaps in your society which can be filled with meta-humans or human-type technology, and that touches on dehumanization and social impacts. You can have AI as a helper, which establishes rules of engagement and explores the implications of societal project, cultural conservation, and the impact of fact-based intelligence on mythos. Travel in fiction doesn't have to be boring. I know, it sounds revolutionary after all the bitching we've done about Tolkien describing every blade of grass as the Fellowship troops across the misty mountains and wherever else they were. But if you turn your gaze to science fiction, a whole new vista opens up. A world where traversing space is not just a means of cool world building, but is actually a way to drive your plot and cement the themes that you are playing with in your world. And that is what I want to talk about today. Welcome to another episode of Science Fantasy World Building from Just in Time Worlds, where we build what we need when we need it. I am your guide, Marie Mullaney, and this episode is brought to you by the awesome members of my channel, who are the drivers of my plot in this endeavor. If you'd like to join them, check out the join button down below. Okay, let's get cracking with cool world building for faster than light travel in science fiction and fantasy. Let's start with near light speed travel, commonly explored in hard science fiction. While intriguing, this demands a deep dive into scientific plausibility, which is outside of the focus of this series. For those interested in the scientific feasibility of FTL travel, Sabine Hossefelder's channel offers excellent insights on this, and I recommend you watch her videos. But for the purpose of this channel's exploration of the topic, I'm going to look at more fantastical but still science-based solutions. In science fantasy, and in some science fictions, we often encounter the concept of hyperdrive, overdrive, or traversing quantum space. These imaginative solutions allow spacecraft to circumvent the traditional limitations of space, like light speed barrier. Such methods involve accessing alternate dimensions or bending the rules of physics. So let's take a look at some pertinent examples in Flying Ships, Pure Technology as a Method. There's a reason I opened this with Picard. Star Trek uniquely approaches FTL travel. It doesn't use an alternate space, but rather warps space-time around the ship, creating a bubble that allows faster-than-light movement without technically moving through space. The ship is still controlled and piloted by the human crew. Conversely, Star Wars introduces the concept of the hyperdrive, which propels the ship into alternate dimension, facilitating rapid travel across the galaxy. But this method relies on sophisticated navigation systems and astromech droids for calculations. So now you're setting up needing AI to pilot the ship. And then there's Babylon 5's approach. So in Babylon 5, hyperspace is very dangerous to navigate and you can be attacked in hyperspace. But even entering hyperspace involves a complex operation. This requires a ship to have a built-in jump engine so it can create its own jump gate, or you need to use a fixed jump gate in space that you might need to pay a toll for in order to enter hyperspace. These jump gates form the core of the trade networks of Babylon 5, and it is a great use of faster-than-light technology in order to control how trade and economics happens and to create conflicts in those areas. In addition, the jump gates are also an artifact of an ancient civilizations. Now, we'll talk about other examples of this when we get to teleportation, but here I just want to talk about how Babylon 5 approached this ancient civilization. The jump gates were found by the Minbari and the Centauri when they started exploring space, but no one knows who built them. It's never explained in the lore. So they were built by this unknown race and then basically reverse engineered by the Minbari and the Centauri. And once they'd figured out the tech, the gates could be built by other races. So, in your own world, you can put in place these technological devices that are remnants of an ancient civilization. Science fantasy really allows you to play with these concepts because you have multiple worlds available to you. There could have been a civilization that once ruled the galaxy and is now gone because of some apocalyptic reason. And they left behind these technological artifacts that your younger civilizations can co-opt and learn from and build into their own technology. Okay, but back to ships and travel in space with science means. So, what does this model mean for your world? Well, the first question you've got to ask is how perilous is it in alternate space? Can ships be intercepted or attacked? If space is safe, FTL travel becomes straightforward a point A to point B journey. Star Trek and Star Wars generally depict uneventful FTL journeys, focusing on destinations rather than travel, but they do still have the space travel aspect of it. Babylon 5, however, introduces conflict and danger within its version of FTL space, adding a layer of complexity to space travel in addition to the jump gates, which have this effect on trade and economics. So these are questions that you should answer if you're going for the straight ship solution. How hard is space to navigate? Can humans pilot these FTL ships, or do you need AI assistance? In Star Wars, you do need AI assistance, but in Babylon 5, you can use human navigation, but you have the jump drive complexity. So it's a question of how complex you want to make it for travel to happen in these worlds. If your story requires simple, unobstructed travel, opt for a safe and navigable FTL model like Star Wars' Hyperdrive or Star Trek's Warp Drive. But if you want to put more focus on FTL, you want FTL to be somewhat hazardous, or you want economic control of travel to play a key role, consider a model similar to Babylon 5, where FTL space itself is a setting for conflict and adventure. If you don't want that kind of travel to impact your trade and economics, don't use things like jump gates. But if you do, it is a really good way to control getting into hyperspace in these trade networks where you can have control of jump gates that is setting up these networks that allow you to explore these concepts. And I will talk more about that in a future video, so subscribe if you're interested in that topic. So that's using a ship and technology, and if you enjoyed this segment, hit the thumbs up button. And let's explore the concept of instantaneous point-to-point travel, another fascinating facet about FTL in science fantasy worlds. So in this section, we're going to talk about straight teleportation. And this is a great alternative to traditional space travel because it allows you to skip the walking, as it were. In this case, skip the boring spaceship travel. So I'm going to start with Stargate. Of course, I'm going to talk about Stargate. What did you think I was going to talk about? So, Stargate offers a unique approach to interstellar travel. It features a network of stargates, ancient devices that enable instantaneous travel between worlds. These stargates are relics of a lost civilization and they are fixed in number. New ones can't be created, although existing ones can be relocated. Now, to travel, you need to input a destination address into a stargate, connecting it to a corresponding gate on another world. This system abstracts away the complexities of space travel, focusing instead on the worlds and the cultures at each end of the journey. This model is ideal if your story's emphasis is on exploring diverse cultures and planetary environments, with space travel itself taking a back seat. Challenges in the system arise from elements like missing a dial home device or having the incorrect address, and this, of course, can add intrigue and limitations to your travel. Now, on the other hand, Farscape introduces starburst as a method of rapid, one-dimensional space travel. However, it is inherently risky due to the unpredictable exit vectors, making it a last resort option for emergencies in Farscape. And Farscape also features wormhole travel, which of course famously propels the protagonist, John Crichton, across the universe. The show ties wormholes to an ancient race. The ancients who developed this technology left behind knowledge for a worthy successor. And look, speaking of ancient races often serve as the originators of advanced FTL technologies in science fantasy. We saw it with the jump gates, we saw it in Farscape, we saw it in Stargate. The reason for this is ancient races provide a convenient way to introduce complex technologies like jump gates, teleportation networks, or wormholes without requiring current civilizations to fully comprehend or control them. So in Farscape, John Crichton's arc revolves around unraveling the secrets of wormhole technology implanted in his mind by the ancients. And this highlights the narrative potential of such a setup of unraveling this strange science. This kind of race allows you to have science that your people don't understand, which also gives you access to Clarke's law, and let's say it together now, sufficiently advanced magic, yep, is indistinguishable from technology. So, what does this kind of teleportation mean for your world? When should you use it? So, whether it's Stargate's network of interlinked devices or Farscape's riskiest starburst and wormhole travel, teleportation type FTL allows for swift transitions between locations, bypassing the journey aspect. However, it still presents ample narrative opportunities through challenges and limitations inherent in controlling and navigating these systems. So your challenges lie before and after travel, not in the travel itself. This approach is perfect for stories more focused on world exploration and less on the mechanics of space travel. And if you like this exploration of teleportation, hit that thumbs up button, and let's talk about blending magic and technology. Imagine a universe where hyperspace travel typically requires AI or an astromech droid or something like that for navigation. However, due to a war against artificial intelligence, these technologies are no longer viable. What alternatives exist? Dune presents a solution through the use of spice navigators. These are metahumans who, consuming the spice melange, gain the ability to perform the complex calculations and heightened perception necessary for space folding. This method of travel involves folding space to move ships, but it also leads to mutation, addiction, and other complications in the navigators, as depicted in the novels and in the on-screen adaptations. Warhammer 40k offers another unique take on magical space travel. Here, navigators are mutated humans with the ability to see into the warp, an alternate dimension used for space travel. Unlike Dune, where spice enhances human abilities, Warhammer 40k relies almost purely on magic. The Emperor is a pivotal figure in this. He projects his consciousness into the warp, serving as a beacon for navigators and astropaths. This setup illustrates a complex interplay between magic, mutation, because your navigators are mutated, and space travel. This integrates magic and it centralizes control of space travel on individuals or organization, such as the Guild of Spice Navigators or the Navigator Houses in Warhammer 40k. This means that space travel is restricted to those with access to magic. And this can create intriguing conflict scenarios where power is concentrated and can be wielded for various ends, be it politics, trades, or warfare. So by attributing space travel capabilities to magic and individuals skilled in it, your stories can focus on the struggle for control, the maintenance of power, or attempts to overthrow the status quo of space travel, as I also discussed in my Magic in Space episode. Magic makes space travel personal to the mage, and that shifts the narrative of space travel away from the technology to the control of individual or a group. And this approach brings space travel back to the hands of those specific characters and opens up rich storytelling possibilities, focusing on wielders of magical power either as your antagonist or your protagonist. So, which one of these models should you pick for your world? Pick machine-driven travel if you want everyone to have access to space travel, But if you want to have some complex trade networks, consider making the technology necessary to enter FTL space hard to put onto a ship. A great example of this is Babylon 5's jump gates. Pick teleportation travel if you want to focus less on travel and more on cultures and planets. And pick magic if you want control of space travel to be a conflict point in the story. And don't forget about ancient races and the role that they can play in your narrative. Maybe they undermine your magic space travel by providing a technology solution. Maybe there are wars fought over stargates. Maybe their tech is reverse engineered and jealously guarded. Whatever you do with your ancient races, remember that in space, the technology of the ancients is always an option. So, you want to set up an intergalactic empire, but you're not quite sure how to make it work. You're wondering, do I have some kind of elected body as well as the emperor? Or maybe I should just skip the whole empire thing and stick with a democracy. But how would a democracy that's intergalactic actually work? That is what we're going to talk about today. Strategies to scale out governmental systems from a single country to a world, to a solar system, to a galaxy. Welcome to Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. So first, we should talk about what politics is and why it's very different in space. Politics is basically the decision-making process of groups of people, and since no matter what fantastical world you're writing in, the audience you're writing for is human, your world should probably include some kind of politics. There's likely to be some sort of hierarchical pecking order and people who make decisions for the rest. We can easily imagine a kingdom or an empire or a democracy if it's within the bounds of a single world. After all, we have seen such things in our world, providing us with historical examples to draw on. But does the same apply in space? Well, yes and no. The problem is that because of the vastness of space and the massive amount of people, be they human or alien, the normal models of government need some adjustment. I mean, a Senate sounds like a nice idea when you can limit it to 100 people. But having 100 people make decisions for a galaxy's worth of planets with different species populating them is a very different matter. I've already done a video on the basic forms of government and how to choose the right one for your culture, which you can check out in the information card. But to expand these governmental types to space requires some additional strategies. So, without further ado, let's plunge into the meat of the matter with the first strategy for expanding your government. Embrace political complexity. When I'm talking about political complexity, I mean that your political system needs different factions, and those factions need competing goals. Now, this one also applies to straight fantasy world building. Even if you're creating an imperial court or the court of a simple kingdom, there should be different factions in this court and they should have competing agendas. In space, this should scale up exponentially. Each planet, after all, has its own resources, potentially its own species, definitely its own threats. And it should have an agenda related to its concerns. That agenda might or might not align with the other planets within the same interplanetary government. And this applies even more if you have a galaxy-wide government. A great example of this embrace of political complexity is in The Expanse. This world offers us a complex and nuanced political landscape. Earth, Mars, and the Belt all have unique political agendas, and that's not even counting the Outer Planets Alliance, the OPA, which is a loose political confederation of colonies scattered across the asteroid belts and the moons of Jupiter and Saturn. The Belters are often at odds with the inner planets due to the latter's exploitation of the Belt's resources, and they desire independence from Earth. And that sets up a great source of conflict as the power struggles between Earth, Mars, and the Belt unfolds, with the OPA representing a wild card on the Belt's side. So what is the key takeaway here? When you're building multi-planetary governments, you need to add complexity to that government in the shape of factions. You need to add those different agendas from the different factions, the different planets, even the different sectors. This will add both depth and realism to your government, and that will enhance your narrative. And if you're wondering if you should do this at a planetary level or at the sector level, or how you should structure these agendas, I did do a video about mapping space and creating those geopolitical units, which you can check out in the information card. And if you've enjoyed this conversation about political complexity and its importance, hit the thumbs up button, and let's talk about strategy 2. Embrace diversity. I know, saying embrace diversity makes me sound like the HR manager at some massive corporate firm. But the thing is, if you're going to be building a multi-planetary system, even if this is a colonization setup like the Expanse, the people who leave the home planet will culturally diversify by light years from the origin culture. Their whole environment changes, their cultural setup changes, their concerns change, their threats change. And this is even more dramatic in the case where you have species that have evolved on different planets. These species would have very little in common with each other culturally, and you need to show that in your politics and in your story. A great example of this remains Star Trek, that does a really good job of portraying a wide variety of cultures and political structures within its interstellar setting. You have everything from the Klingon warrior culture to the Vulcan logic and meritocratic dominated culture. And each of those cultures are rich and diverse. And in those differences lie the conflict the story needs to fuel its politics. So, create diverse cultures and let that diversity clash and feed your agendas, which in turn stokes the furnace of your politics. And this will feed your story and create a much more believable intergalactic political system. And if you like getting told to embrace diversity, hit that thumbs up button. And let's talk about strategy 3, developing a realistic economic system. Economics really deserves its own video, and I will talk more in depth about space economics in a future video because of the complexities that comes with vastness and resources and so on. But economics is also part of politics. So we'll do a little bit of it here. Now, of course, you do need an economic model of some kind for a given planet and probably for your intergalactic model. And if you want my thoughts on economic models in general and how to implement them in world building, check out the information card. It was actually one of the first videos I made on this channel, and I think it still stands up. Let me know what you think. But the thing about space economics is you have to consider what really creates value. Space has the potential to break resource scarcity completely, and the technology of space has the potential to break the value of labor in goods by automating, well, everything. So what then makes goods have value? If the value doesn't come from the labor and it doesn't come from the resources, where does the value come from? I think one potential source of value for goods in a space fantasy world comes from how far it needs to travel and how difficult it is for that travel to take place. And for a very well thought out example of this, let's turn to Frank Herbert's Dune with the Chome Company. Chome Company? Comb Company? Chome Company? I've heard it pronounced every different way you can imagine. Let me know how you think it should be pronounced. Is it comb or chome? Let me know in the comments. Frank Herbert's Dune with the Chome Company and the Spacers Guild. The central conflict of Dune is, of course, driven by the spice and its potential shortage, which really drives the economics of the empire. The spice must flow because it is the only thing that is really valuable in the society. It can move all other goods. And that, of course, is the reason the Spacer Guild is so powerful. They can prevent the movement of resources, goods, and people, and that gives them an outsized influence despite being an economic rather than governmental entity. So, when you're setting up your economic system in your multi-planetary government, think about where value in your setting comes from and how that value of goods is impacted by travel. If your travel is what adds goods, then it is a good question to ask who controls that travel, because those people will have a massive impact on the politics of your world. And if you want some ideas of how to set up travel in space, check out my video on breaking the faster than light barrier. And now, let's turn to power dynamics and conflict as our fourth strategy. One of the reasons why I really love Babylon 5 is because it shows the shifting dynamics and power struggles between different factions in the universe. You have Earth Alliance, which over the course of the series becomes more and more hardline and more anti-alien. You have the Psi Corps, who are driving their own agenda and can be a threat or an ally, depending on how well their agenda aligns with our main protagonist's agenda at any given moment. You have the Mars colony that is struggling from independence from the more and more hardline Earth Alliance. And all of that is without all the alien factions. The Minbari have 3 factions, and you see the shifting power between those 3 factions as the story unfolds, with the warrior caste and the priest caste especially jockeying for power. And then there is the interspecies conflict between the Centauri and the Narn, which escalates into war, and we still haven't talked about the League of Non-Aligned Worlds. Babylon 5 really focuses on those conflicts, and they allow those conflicts to drive much of the story. Now, that being said, there is a massive pitfall here, and I'm going to call it the Game of Thrones pitfall. Please note, I am not talking about whatever Martin ends up writing. At this point, I don't know what, if anything, we'll get from his pen. I'm talking about the show. And this is the pitfall. If you write so much politics and conflict that the external threat that you're using exits your core conflict, you are going to end up with a disappointed audience. I'm sorry, but why? Why Why did the Night King just die? I can't even. It's okay. It's okay. I'm fine. Moving on. The point is, Babylon 5 didn't do this. They had all of the conflicts, the shift of alliances, the civil and external war, people making deals with the bad guys. All of that was in Babylon 5. But they still had the protagonists focus on the bad guys, and overcoming the bad guys was still a core part of the series. And that was what made it great. So absolutely in your story, build in the power struggles. But unless you are telling a story of only the power struggles between normal people and you don't have a big bad, you must remember that your protagonists, at least some of them, still need to focus on the big bad. Otherwise, you're going to be left with disappointed readers. What do you think? Is Martin ever going to finish A Song of Ice and Fire? Let me know in the comments. And let's move on to Strategy 5, Showing Political Evolution. You know, I don't often give Star Wars credit for presenting good interplanetary politics because mostly they don't. But in this case, I will give Star Wars credit. In the 9 movies of Star Wars, we had the intergalactic government change from a federated republic style of government to an imperial government driven by the will and power of one man to a factionalized semi-republic with pockets of imperial-focused planets within the same galaxy. And that is actually great. One of the things that fundamentally annoys me about the fantasy genre is how static governments are. Even these quests to save the world, you might save the world from whichever big bad threat there is, but the systems that allow that big bad threat to arise or to remain, those systems stay in place like a bad smell. No one ever thinks to agitate for trying something new, for actually having a revolution. It's like nothing changes about the political fabric of the world. The kingdoms are still kingdoms, the empires are still empires, the democracies are still democracies. Maybe, if you're lucky, the empire is overthrown and replaced with the kingdoms. Because, the system of nobility is actually fine, everyone likes it. It's just so static. Our world had priest kings in the Bronze Age. We had Mediterranean democracies like Athens, the Roman Republic, and Carthage, which had an oligarchic form of democracy. And then the Roman Republic fell, and we had the Roman Empire, and we had a phase of kingdoms and ruling through heritage. Then we had the Age of Revolution, and during the Age of Revolution, everything changed, and we went for democracies again. And that was just a high level of Europe's political system changes. There have been theocracies, democracies, kingdoms, empires, councils of elders, governments based on luck, everything you can think of. Government systems should change in your fantasy world, and in your space fantasy world, even more so. Yeah, maybe the overarching intergalactic government wouldn't change often. But in a million worlds, how many revolutions do you think are happening per second? So, don't get trapped in a static political system. Allow your political system to change and evolve. Allow fundamental political change to happen. Allow laws to be tweaked and systemic adjustments to be made. It is both realistic and worth it to build a great political environment. And that is how you expand governments from the world to the stars. Embrace political complexity, Celebrate diversity. Develop realistic economies. Focus on those power struggles and show political evolution of your systems. What do you think? Are those strategies enough? Are there any that I missed? Let me know in the comments below. The value of this shirt is partially determined by the resources that go into it, and those are limited by the world we live in. Because there is cotton planted that goes into the shirt, there is a piece of land that is not growing food, and so there's a cost to using the land, as well as the cost of actually growing the cotton and weaving it into the shirt and all the other production costs that go into this item. But does the same apply if you create a world with the limitless resources of space at your disposal? What happens to a society if your basis of value changes? What happens to a society if you automate all labor? What happens if all basic needs are met? And what happens if even air is a precious resource? And what stories can you tell in such settings? That is the topic of my video today. Economic value in space. Welcome to another episode of Science Fiction World Building from Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. This video is part of my ongoing series about world building for science fantasy. And if you want to check out other videos on that topic, there is a playlist right over there. It includes FTL travel and all kinds of other topics pertinent to this subject area. Right, let's talk about value in world building. As a creator, a writer, or a game master, what you need from economics is to create an economy that fits your story and supports the themes you're playing with. So what you need is a means to determine value that works with your world and creates conflict that drives your narrative. And in this video, I am going to give you 5 strategies to do just that, starting with explore beyond resources. Resources are still a limiting factor in our world because we have access to only the resources of our planet. This changes when you head into space. Land becomes much more when you have access to additional planets, especially if you can terraform them. Mineral resources open up wide when you can mine asteroids and moons. And labor becomes less and less of an input as your society automates. Now, I am not saying that the moment you go into space, you have limitless resources. The Expanse makes a great case for still having limited resources, especially at the local level. If your space-based setting is restricted to a few planets, even with something as rich as an asteroid belt, you still have resource limitations. In that case, you've got a great setting for a space war for access to those resources. And that is part of how the Expanse handles it. And we will talk more about the Expanse when we talk about connecting value to your story. So stay tuned for that. But to get back to resources or moving beyond them, it is very possible to create a setting that is post-scarcity. That is to say, the items needed for survival, clothing, food, water, and shelter, is without cost. This can be because of a technological marvel like the replicator device in Star Trek, which creates physical items using nothing but energy. And being in space does remove some of your energy constraints. But You don't need such a MacGuffin for post-scarcity. In Ian M. Banks's culture novels, the economy is fully automated through AI, and because the culture is not attached to a given planet, they simply harvest the resources they need from space. There is no cost to their basic needs, and they have divorced the economy from meeting those basic needs. A very interesting question in a society like that is, what do they value? The culture values experiences, they value time and intellectual contributions. Having divorced their economy from meeting basic needs, their society places value on more esoteric things that are limited. Because, and this is the important part, what is unlimited, people will not value, even if it's critical to their survival. Think about the air we breathe. We rarely ascribe a value to that air, and yet, if it is removed, we're dead. So, you need to think of it in those terms if you're building a post-scarcity society. If you meet every human's basic needs, everyone is fed, everyone is clothed, medically looked after, has clean water and breathable air, what do they value? What are they willing to invest their time and energy into getting? Whatever your answer is, it needs to tie into the thematic elements of your story so that your economy supports your story. Think about information and knowledge becoming your currency. Yes, you've solved the basic needs problem, but that doesn't mean that everybody knows everything. New discoveries, scientific or political data, and other pieces of information could still hold great value and could become the basis for value in your economy. Or perhaps it is unique experiences that has value. Even in a post-scarcity society, pristine environments or unique ecosystems could hold significant value. And then you could set up a world where you can have ecotourism, where people leave the world of abundance to go live on a beach and harvest foods for themselves as a cultural experience. Or you could have a world where people go to experience the thrill of being in danger and chased by wild dinosaurs. And that opens up all kinds of interesting thematic elements, like, can such thrill-seeking behavior be damaging to society? Or the tension between the old manual way of doing work and the new every need is met way of simply having value. So, if you're setting up this kind of post-scarcity environment, think about what becomes valuable in that society. Something of value will exist within that culture, whether it is an experience or maybe time itself or study and information. Whatever it is, there will be some underlying source of value. So when you hit the vast resources of space, think beyond the limitations of our single world economy and figure out what your people will value and how that can support the story you want to tell. And if you enjoyed this exploration of moving beyond resource limitations, hit the thumbs up button and let's talk about letting culture shape trade. So when I'm talking about letting culture shape trade, what I mean is that different cultures values different items. The culture in Ian M. Banks, is that awkward to anybody else? I keep saying culture and then the culture. What I mean is the culture as in the culture in the books he wrote, because he had to call it the culture. For reals, my dude. Anyway, the culture values experiences. In The Quantum Thief by Hannu Rajaniemi, in the city of Oubliette, time is the most valuable commodity. Something we'll talk about more when we talk about currencies in space. In Babylon 5, in the episode By Any Means Necessary, Ambassador Jakar has a religious ceremony that is very important to him, and he needs a plant called the Quain Eth plant. And when he can't get hold of this, it creates a crisis for him because of the cultural value of the plant. This drives the conflict of the episode and makes for a great story as Jakar tries to make bargains to get hold of this plant. So you have to think about what is important to the culture you are working with and with the other cultures they're interacting with. Different societies will place different values on different goods, different experiences, different services, information, time, and so on. Even if your setting is like The Expanse, where you have a group from Earth that go out and colonize the solar system, the colonization cultures will diverge from the home planet's culture. By the time we hit The Expanse as readers, the Belters have a different culture from the Inners. And because of those differences, they place value on different items. The key here is to think about what your culture values when you are creating that culture for each planet or each continent or each moon or each ship, depending on where your boundaries are. And then you also need to determine what they are willing to trade and what they will accept in trade from other cultures. This difference in what they value is what will drive the trade in your setting. And if you enjoyed that discussion of culture and economics, hit that thumbs up button and let's talk about connecting value to your story. So the thematic elements that underpin your story is the core realities you're trying to tell the reader about, without obviously telling the reader. I mean, nobody wants to read a story where you're bashing the reader in the face with your theme. Economics is a huge component of any given society, and for that reason, it can be a core part of propping up your theme and showing it to the reader. For example, think of Dune. The spice melange is a rare resource found on one planet, and it makes space travel possible. The whole society depends on this resource, and for that reason, it drives the behavior of the powers that be toward Arrakis. Herbert leans into that and explores how people will dehumanize others if the economic reward, the spice, is big enough. And he never says that's his theme. We see this theme in the way that his economy works. Another great example of this is in The Expanse. The Belters have been exploited by the Inners, that is Earth and Mars, for centuries preceding the novels. And in the TV series, Earth and Mars navies refuse to let the Belter refugee ships evacuate Ganymede despite the collapsing life support systems, which is a pretty direct form of control. And in fact, Earth and Mars actually triggered those life support system collapses and wrecked the food supply to the belt. They made war with basic resources. And the Belters, of course, are the ones who are supplying Earth and Mars with critical mineral resources of the outer solar systems. This kind of conflict over resources and the use of basic needs as part of military operations illustrates how controlling especially Earth is in this setting. Corey does a great job of setting up his economy to support his thematic elements. Imagine growing up in a space station as a Belter, where your basic needs, even the air you breathe, is controlled by some pencil pusher from Earth. This would very naturally drive a hatred toward Earth, a hatred that is exploited by Marcos to launch his attack on Earth. The Expanse is a real masterclass in setting up this kind of environment. And I learned from that masterclass and tried to incorporate some of those elements into my science fiction series, Skies of Destiny, where my economic system is underpinned by jiren, a substance used to drive what the people of Shadao think of as magic. This substance is limited because it can't be manufactured, but has to be harvested from the nadi who fall from the sky occasionally. And I took inspiration from our natural world, from whale falls in our world, to create these nadi that drop these resources. And this creates a hard economic limitation on the critical resource of jiren, which drives a core part of my plot. And if you're interested in science fiction, consider picking up a copy of Book 1, Magic Fall, and supporting the channel. I'll leave a link in the description. And let's talk about embracing uniqueness. Now, of course, I have already mentioned the big one in this category, Dune. In Dune, spice drives the plot, and it is an element unique to a single planet, which makes that planet critically important. Herbert plays with economic themes like the formation of monopolies and what that means for economics and politics. Such limited resources does indeed often drive monopolies or state control, simply because the resource is so vital to the society's existence. But uniqueness can be more than resources. You can also create unique locations that drive economic value. Think about Babylon 5's FTL travel, which has these jump gates that create unique locations in space and facilitate economic activity. These locations are of enormous value because travel and trade can happen through them. And I will talk more about trade in my video on trade in space, which is also part of this economic mini-series. For this video on value, consider what unique attributes your galaxy, your solar system, even your universe has that drives the value of items in your setting. Are there unique resources like spice or, heaven forbid the name, but unobtainium? Also consider locations like jump gates or nebulas where a unique energy resource could be found. You might even want to think about a species that produces a unique thing. For example, there might be a species that can manipulate quantum fields, and because of this, they produce a unique component. Control of this species could become a critical part of economic activity. Let's say this species is capable of defending themselves and maintaining their independence. Do they perhaps become the overlords of the galaxy? Or maybe they share their unique thing only with those species that they feel align with their values, giving them an advantage in driving their culture forward. Or you could go the other way. Perhaps the species is too weak to be able to maintain independence, and they're conquered by somebody else. And now there's somebody else who controls this unique element that is made by the species. This could be a great source of conflict and would tie in well to themes around colonialization and slavery. So give some thought to unique attributes of your setting that might drive economic activity in some way. And don't forget about communications and transportation here, because those are key economic drivers. And if you enjoyed this conversation about unique elements, hit the thumbs up button and let's talk about challenging your audience. All of the novels, TV series, and so on that I've mentioned so far have complex economic systems. They have not shied away from creating deep economic structures that help drive the story and the theme. Dune has the Spacer Guild and the Chome Company and the Fremen, who all have a stake in Arrakis, and how the economics of Dune works is a core component of the plot, and it drives conflict in the story. The Expanse is almost wholly driven by the economic conflict around resources. The Quantum Thief explores worlds where you have currencies based on time. The Culture has a post-scarcity economy where you have a culture that is not driven to meet basic needs because all basic needs have been met. We remember those stories because these themes challenge us as readers. It challenges our assumptions and makes us think about the world around us in new ways. So don't be afraid of creating complex economic systems to underpin your setting and your theme. Embrace it, delve into it, and let your economy support your story. So here is some homework for you, just a little bit. In your setting, are there any unique elements that are important to all cultures from an economic activity perspective? For each culture in your world, what do they ascribe value to and why? What are they willing to trade with other cultures, and what will they accept in return? And most importantly, how does all this help you tell your story? Did you know that the concept of credits comes to us from a 19th century novel? It's true. The novel Looking Backward by Edward Bellamy features credits which each citizen receives and is represented on punch cards in a Marxist utopia country. Since then, it seems like science fiction has become completely enamored with the concept of credits. We have Federation credits, we have Republic credits, we have Imperial credits. Everywhere you look, credits. It's as if the myriad worlds we can imagine in science fiction got stuck on a 19th century invention. Seriously, is that the best we can do? Is the ideas of a 19th century author the one we want to found our imaginative currencies on? Today, I would like to have a serious conversation about currency, creating it, naming it, and using it in science fiction and fantasy. Welcome to another episode of Just-in-Time Worldbuilding with your host, Marie Mullaney. Today, we will be discussing the 5 mistakes writers make when creating currencies in futuristic worlds. Okay, mistake number 1. Not understanding value versus money versus currency. And this applies to fantasy as well as science fiction. In my previous video on economics in space, I spoke about value. If you haven't yet seen that video, it is linked in the information card. Understanding how value, money, and currency are related is crucial when building a currency system. This applies whether you're crafting a fantasy currency, a science fiction currency, or anything else. Value is what a thing means to someone. It includes the resources and man-hours that went into it and its usefulness to someone. It is the inherent value of the thing. Money, on the other hand, is a counter. It's a concept representing a unit of value that doesn't need to be physical or based on a specific resource. The money, I mean. It simply allows us to compare different items. For instance, an apple is worth 5 units of just-in-time world currency, and an orange is worth 10 because I prefer oranges. Thus, we can compare the two because we have a counter that allows conversion. Currency is a tangible form of exchange. It's when I say, if you give me 3.5 US dollars, I will give you early access to my videos, like I do with the members of my channel. Currency is a specific item of exchange, whether digital or physical. It's important to remember that what makes a currency valid is its acceptance by enough people. If a sufficient number of people agree that something can be used as currency, then it gains value. Currencies are built on trust. As I mentioned in my video on creating currencies for fantasy, which you can check out in the information card, currency itself doesn't hold real value. It is a construct, an agreement amongst its users. Understanding the difference between value, currency, and money underscores the importance of having your world's currency issued by a trusted authority. Some authority issues the currency, making it useful and accepted by the citizens of that community. One issue I have with Star Trek is how they casually mention that currency is no longer used, except they also refer to Federation credits, which are sometimes used as a sort of universal currency without any explanation. This seems inconsistent to me. On the other hand, a great example of currency usage and the authorities that issue them is found in The Expanse. We have two different currencies issued by the inner planets, the Earth or UN dollar and the Martian dollar. These currencies are trusted because of their issuing authorities. But in the belt, it's a different story. Casino chips are used in the belt to pay for illegal goods and services. Because the casinos accept these chips and they are trusted by the black marketeers, and because the chips are physical and untraceable, they make an ideal medium for black market transactions. James Corey has built an exceptionally interesting, multi-dimensional currency. He understands what money is, what currency is, and what value is, and he uses this knowledge effectively to enrich the economic environment of the Expanse. So, think about your world. Money derives its value from trust in the issuing authority and its usefulness as a medium of exchange. What is considered useful as a medium of exchange in your world, and what is trusted enough by the people of your world to be used as currency? And if you do that, you should be able to avoid making this most fundamental mistake of conflating value and currency and money. And on to mistake number 2, universal currencies. It is a common trope to encounter the concept of a universal credit that can be used on any planet in a galaxy, regardless of whether these planets share the same government or exhibit any regional differences. This idea is particularly hard to swallow when considering digital credits. Why would a planet in a completely different sector of space, not connected to the issuing government of a digital currency, accept this currency? It defies logic when you understand that currency is built around the concept of trust. I accept money from my employer, trusting that I will be able to use it to buy the food I need. If I did not trust the issuing authority of the European Union to issue euros, I would not be able to accept that currency. That's why I can't just accept dollars. I have to, because I cannot spend dollars in my country. The dollars have to be converted into euros for me to spend it in this country. By the same principle, you can't just assume a credit will be universally accepted unless there is a universally trusted issuing authority for this credit. I sometimes critique Star Wars for its simplistic world building in some areas, but I must acknowledge the prequel trilogy for getting one thing right. You can't issue a credit and expect it to be universally accepted. Qui-Gon Jinn, with only Republic credits on Tatooine, a planet on the outskirts of the Republic's influence, faces rejection when he tries to pay with Republic credits. No, we don't accept those. Why not? Because there's no trust that Republic credits can be spent there, perhaps due to their traceability by the Republic, or simply the difficulty in finding others who would accept Republic credits in payment for goods and services. This distrust toward the Republic's currency reflects a deeper skepticism toward the Republic itself, leading to the memorable plot of betting on a 9-year-old boy in a pod race. Though, for all that the pod race scene does make me groan, it's undeniably on brand for Star Wars. Qui-Gon's bet on Anakin Skywalker is a testament to his faith in the Force, fitting perfectly within the narrative. After all, in Star Wars A New Hope, Luke overcomes the final shot by having faith in the Force rather than the technology of his ship. Anyway, returning to the topic of currencies, interstellar travel introduces us to unfamiliar economies and currencies. In a vast galactic empire, a universal currency might exist. However, in the case of breakaway rebel provinces, one of their first acts will likely be to issue their own currency. This is a declaration of independence, showing they are trusted enough by their citizens to use a new currency. So when you are designing your currency system, avoid falling into the trap of a universal currency unless your story demands a narratively simple economy. If your story targets middle-grade readers, a universal currency might suffice. But for stories aimed at an audience older than 12, consider incorporating multiple currencies across different regions or planets, much like The Expanse does. And if you found this video insightful so far, hit that thumbs up button. And let's proceed to mistake number 3, neglecting the value of alternative resources in space. In my video on the value of resources in space, I discussed how basic needs and resources lose their traditional value, with other resources taking their place. A prime example of this concept is found in The Quantum Thief by Hannu Rajaniemi. In the city of Oubliette on Mars, time serves as the currency. When citizens' time balances drop to zero, their minds are transferred to robotic bodies to serve the city's needs for a predetermined period. After their service, they are returned to their original bodies with their time restored. This introduces a fascinating perspective on value, where human lifespan and memories create currency. Basic necessities like food and clothing lose their value in a world where they can be infinitely produced, making time and the memories we accumulate the scarce, valuable resources. Another intriguing concept is the use of energy credits as currency. Imagine a setting where an energy-to-matter converter, akin to the Star Trek device, can create anything from food to clothing, making energy the most valuable resource. This could lead to a currency based on energy, say the kawa or kilowatt per hour, allowing people to trade energy tokens. These tokens could be used directly to power devices or access infrastructure, encapsulating what is truly valuable in that world and how that value operates. In my science fiction book, Magic Fall, I explored a unique form of currency called cryptid, which is a nod to both mythical creatures and cryptocurrency. The value of cryptids is based on Jiren, the underlying technology that people in my setting equate with magic. And if this concept piques your interest, you'll find a link to that book in the description. Now, let's move on to mistake number 4, not considering the logistics of exchange. Even if you've integrated different forms of currency within your setting, your work isn't quite done. The crucial question to consider is, how does currency exchange happen? It's one thing to say Qui-Gon Jinn can't spend his Republic credits on Tatooine, but surely someone is making a profit by offering a terrible exchange rate for these credits, then spending them where they're accepted in the Old Republic. Having traveled internationally quite a bit, I've always been frustrated by the exorbitant fees charged for currency exchange on an airport. It's one of the most predatory behaviors I've encountered, and it is baffling that no one on Tatooine, a hive of scum and villainy, has not capitalized on this obvious business opportunity. Returning to the Expanse for a counterexample, the logistics of exchange are not just well thought out, but are also exploited by the corporations. In the Belt, corporations pay their employees in company scrip, a currency they issue which can only be spent at the company store. This creates a trap for the workers. Their earnings are nearly worthless outside of the company's ecosystem. While company scrip can be exchanged for other currencies, the cost is exorbitant, echoing my frustrations with exchanging euros for dollars at the airport. This concept of company scrip isn't unique to the Expanse. It was a common practice in many frontier towns. For example, the Afrikaans book Kringe in 'n Bos, Circles in the Forest in English, depicts a similar system where foresters in Knysna are paid in store credit by the storekeeper, keeping them perpetually indebted and poor. If you've never read this book, add it to your reading list. It really is fantastic. It's not fantasy or science fiction, but it is fantastic. And in the original Afrikaans, the prose is lyrical. I can't vouch for the English version. Anyway, back to exchanging money. James Corey cleverly uses this concept of company money in the Expanse, reinforced by the near impossibility of currency exchange, to explore the dynamics of power and control. This opens up numerous storytelling opportunities. Stories can be told about the mechanics of currency exchange, the absence of it, or even about the first currency traders who emerge to bridge economies between nations who have just discovered each other. Consider the narrative potential of a trader or explorer encountering a new currency and becoming the first to establish an exchange base. The exploration of currency exchange offers a rich vein of plot points and intriguing elements that you can build into your world. And of course, different currencies can tell us what different cultures value and can support the themes you are using in your story. And because of this, the exchange between the cultures offers an opportunity to show your world building and illustrate the differences between species. And that segues us to mistake number 5, boring currencies. If I had a euro for every credit currency in science fiction, I'd be reasonably well off. The term credit in science fiction is what the gold coin is to fantasy. It's a generic staple. When you opt for credits as your currency, you are missing a critical opportunity to innovate. Sure, when Bellamy did it in 1888, it was interesting. And yes, Star Trek and Star Wars went this route. But by doing so, they overlooked the chance to explore more intriguing economic and cultural concepts. So let's take a look at some more interesting currencies and what they can tell us about those worlds. I've previously discussed the time-based currency from The Quantum Thief, and this is also explored in the movie In Time, directed by Andrew Niccol. In this world, people stop aging at 25, but are genetically engineered to live only one additional year unless they can earn more time. This system where time can be transferred or stored and where the rich potentially live forever while the poor struggle daily for survival, beautifully intertwines with the narrative's themes. This opens up a broader conversation about the potential for unique currencies in your world. Whether it's making time or energy or another resource your currency, or adopting a unique issuing authority like a company controlling currency to exert power over its employees, or using casino chips without their endorsements, there are endless possibilities for currency. Cory Doctorow's Down and Out in the Magic Kingdom introduces Woofy, a currency that quantifies social capital, fluctuating with an individual's social contribution and creative endeavors. This reputation-based system, akin to a comprehensive social credit score visible to all, illustrates how social interactions and reputation can be monetized, mirroring current trends in social media influence and public perception. Such speculative approaches challenge us to consider how intangible social constructs can be turned into money and into currency. Ultimately, the key to an impactful currency lies in how well it integrates with your story's themes. A well-conceived currency won't just be another forgettable detail. It will enrich your narrative, making your world more memorable and your themes more resonant. When designing your world's economy, think about how your choice of currency can support and enhance your story's overarching themes and what your cultures find valuable. What do you think will be the most interesting currency in your setting? Let me know in the comments below. A while ago, I made a video discussing multiple moons in fantasy systems, and one of the questions I was asked after that video was, what about multiple suns? It's taken me a while to get my head around the impact of multiple suns. But the time has come for me to share my thoughts with you. So today, we'll talk about the effects of multiple suns on the planets in terms of climate, tides, gravity, and the development of life. We'll also dive into the difference between P-type and S-type orbits, and if this world is a fantasy world, we'll talk about magic. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. First, let's talk about what binary star systems actually are. They are solar systems with two suns. In these systems, the two stars orbit around a common center of mass, creating unique effects on the planets within the system. Binary stars are not as rare as you might think. Around half of all star systems in our galaxy are believed to be binary or multiple star systems. But the important thing to bear in mind is that there are two types of orbits that matter here for planets in binary star systems: P-type and S-type. P-type orbits are known as circumbinary, and S-type are called circumstellar. So let's really delve into the difference of these two orbits, because they really are critical to understanding multiple suns. First, let's talk about P-types. In a P-type orbit, a circumbinary orbit, the planet orbits both stars in a wide circumbinary path. This means that the planet experiences two suns in its sky, leading to unique environmental and climatic effects. The two stars are relatively close together, and the planet orbits around their common center of mass. The gravitational interaction between the two stars can create a more stable environment, as the star's gravitational pull effectively cancels each other out, allowing for a more circular orbit for the planet. However, a P-type orbit can also lead to more extreme seasons, as the planet may experience periods of intense heat when both stars are on the same side of the sky, and periods of prolonged darkness when the stars are on the opposite sides. These extreme conditions can lead to the development of very hardy and adaptable life forms, as well as some pretty fascinating creatures and societies that we will talk about. Okay, so what is S-type or circumstellar? In S-type orbits, the planet orbits around only one of the two stars in the binary system, while the second star orbits at a much greater distance. So this leads to a more Earth-like environment with one dominant sun and a secondary, much dimmer sun visible in the sky. The effects of the secondary star are less pronounced in S-type orbits, but they can still have a significant impact on the planet's climate and tides and the development of life, as we'll talk about. So let's talk about climate and tides first. In an S-type orbit, the primary star determines the planet's overall climate, while the secondary star causes variations in temperatures and weather patterns. During periods when both stars are visible in the sky, the planet may experience increased temperatures and much more intense solar radiation. Conversely, when the secondary star is on the opposite side of the primary star, the planet may experience slightly cooler temperatures. Tidal forces on a planet in an S-type orbit can also be influenced by the secondary star. Although the primary star will have the greatest effect on the planet's tides, the secondary star can still exert its gravitational pull, leading to more complex tidal patterns and potentially stronger tides during certain periods. And for more on the impact of celestial bodies on tides, do check out my video on multiple moons in the information card. Life on an S-type planet could be pretty similar to life on Earth, as the environment is generally more stable and the temperature variations much less extreme. However, the presence of a secondary star can still lead to unique adaptations in the planet's flora and fauna. For example, plants may develop specialized light harvesting mechanisms to take advantage of the increased solar radiation during the periods of dual sunlight, and they might store the energy thus harvested, hoarding it for when there is much less light due to the second sun being invisible. Societies in an S-type orbiting world may develop unique cultural practices and beliefs centered around the secondary star. The star could be viewed as a symbol of change, balance, or duality, and play a central role in the world's mythology and religion. Festivals and celebrations may coincide with times when both stars are visible in the sky, or when the secondary star is eclipsed by the primary. The secondary star could also inspire technological advancements as societies strive to understand and harness the unique energy output of their dual star system. This could lead to the early development of solar energy technologies, especially as you have so much light available to you every time the secondary sun is in the sky. And with the inspiration of a plant that has adapted to harvesting that secondary sun, you may very well end up with a rapid development of solar energy technology. So if you enjoyed that discussion of the different types of orbit, hit the thumbs up button, and let's talk about the effects of gravity and tides on life in a binary star system. Gravity plays a crucial role in shaping the environment of planets within binary star systems. The gravitational forces exerted by the two stars can lead to complex orbital patterns, which in turn can impact the habitability of the planets in the system. The combined gravitational forces of the two stars can also affect the planet's internal structure, potentially leading to a different distribution of resources and geological activity from what we're used to. As I spoke about during my Metals in Fantasy Worlds video, which you can check out in the information card, bear in mind that those gravitational forces that shape your planet's formation, they also determine which metals will be captured into your planet and will hence be available to your people. So if you want to have like an explosion of really rare metals and all kinds of weirdness in your metallic composition and really heavy metals and so on, it might be an idea to set your world in a binary system where those gravitational forces of your two stars acting on your world can bond those super heavy or magical elements into your world and allow for them to be mined. But you should bear in mind that in binary star systems, the gravitational forces of both stars will affect the stability of your planet's orbits, and a stable orbit is essential for long-term habitability and probably the formation of life. Unstable orbit result in erratic changes in temperature and other environmental factors, which the dinosaurs will tell you is not so healthy for your life's longevity. Of course, they will affect the tides. Tidal forces in a binary star system can be significantly different from those in a single star system due to the combined gravitational pull of both stars. These forces can lead to unique tidal patterns, which can have pretty profound effects on the development of life in ecosystems. I'm not going to go into too much details on tides and their potential usages here, because everything that I said in my Two Moons videos applies pretty much exactly to two suns. You're going to have the suns affecting the bulge size. When they're aligned, they'll make the bulge bigger. When they're at angles, they'll make the bulge smaller. And as the planet rotates inside the bulge, it's going to experience huge tides or small tides, with all of the societal impacts thereof. However, you should bear in mind that tides do play a vital role in shaping marine ecosystems, which is probably where your life starts, because it impacts the distribution of nutrients and temperatures. In binary star systems, these complex tidal patterns can lead to an extremely diverse marine habitat and ecosystem. So if you want to build a undersea civilization, you might do well to set it in a binary star system where life could evolve in the super rich ocean. And speaking of life, let's talk a little bit about the evolutionary process, in theory, obviously, on a binary system. So life could adapt to these weird gravitational and tidal forces. These adaptations could include changes to the reproductive strategy, the morphology, and physiology to cope with this dynamic environment. Now, I did make a video on fauna and flora in fantasy worlds, which you can check out in the information card, but just for fun, I made a couple of creatures that I thought might do really well in a binary system. So the creatures that I thought of that could work in this kind of system is something like the Luminos Looper. The Luminos Loper, a quadrupedal herbivore that thrives in the regions of the planet with rapidly changing light levels. This creature has a unique bioluminescent fur that changes color depending on the intensity of the light it receives from binary stars. The Luminos Looper primarily feeds on the glowleaf plant, which has adapted to the fluctuating light levels by developing a photosynthetic process that stores energy in its leaves during periods of high light intensity. The loper's bioluminescent fur allows it to blend into the glowleaf fields, avoiding predators. The sky drifter, and yes, my naming really sucked. I was in a rush. The sky drifter is a large floating jellyfish-like creature that lives in the planet's upper atmosphere. It uses the strong winds caused by the binary star's tidal forces to stay aloft. The sky drifter feeds on airborne spores released by the wind tree, a tall plant with massive sail-like leaves that catches the wind to spread its spores. The sky drifter filters the spores from the air, absorbing nutrients and moisture in the process. The sky drifter would also make a great candidate for whale falls. So if a sky drifter dies and it falls to the planet of the surface, it could result in the same kind of effects as we see in our world when a whale dies in the open ocean, where everything descends on the whale to come and feast on its carcass. And for my full thoughts on whale falls in fantasy worlds, check out the information cards. Hey, I've made a lot of videos. Anyway, so those were some thoughts that came to me around what kind of creatures could exist in such a binary world system where you have different kinds of light available to you. So if you enjoyed that discussion of life and evolution in a binary system, hit the thumbs up button. And now, let's talk about the seasons. So the impact of a binary star system on the seasons of a planet can be quite different depending on whether the planet is in an S-type or a P-type orbit. In S-type orbits, the planet orbits one star while the other star orbits at a greater difference. This configuration can lead to complex seasonal patterns due to the gravitational influences of both stars. The primary factor in determining the seasons in this case is the axial tilt of the planet, just like in our own solar system. However, the presence of the second star can introduce additional complexities to the seasonal patterns. Depending on the distance and brightness of the second star, it could contribute varying amounts of light and warmth to the planet, possibly causing fluctuations in the temperature and daylight throughout the year. Additionally, if the planet's orbit around the primary star is highly elliptical, it may experience more extreme seasonal variations as it moves closer and further from the primary star. The secondary star's gravitational influence can also contribute to changes in the planet's axial tilt, and that leads to long-term climate variations. In a P-type orbit, the planet orbits both stars simultaneously as they orbit each other. The interaction between the stars and the planet can create unique seasonal patterns. The primary factor in determining the seasons is still the planet's axial tilt, but the stars' positions in relation to each other can also influence the intensity and duration of the seasons. During the period when both stars are close together in the sky, as seen from the planet, the combined light and warmth of the two stars could result in a more intense summer season. Conversely, when the stars are on opposite side of the sky, the planet may experience a milder summer or a much more pronounced winter season, depending on the axial tilt and the distance from the stars. The combined gravitational pull of the two stars can also affect the planet's orbit and axial tilt over time, leading to variation in the intensity and duration of the season. If the stars in the binary system have different spectral types, i.e. one is hotter and more luminous than the other, the planet's climate and seasonal patterns could also be influenced by the changing positions of the stars in their mutual orbit. There is one other really interesting thought that I had while I was making this video, and that is, what if, in an S-type orbit, the primary star is a dwarf star, and the secondary is a far brighter and warmer, and the effect that this would have on your climate, I think, is quite fascinating. So, I think it could have a couple of effects. It could have an uneven seasonal effect. So basically, the secondary star's brightness and warmth would still have a vast impact on the climate of the planet. Now, depending on the orbital configuration and the distance between the stars, the secondary star could contribute additional heat and light during specific portions of the year, creating a very uneven seasonal effect. For example, a planet may experience a milder winter or an extended summer season when the secondary star is closest to the planet in orbit. You could also have very complex climate zones. The variation in heat and light from both stars would create complex climate zones on the planet. The intensity and distribution of sunlight could lead to a range of temperature gradients, which could result in diverse biomes and ecosystems. These unique climate zones could foster the development of these strange flora and fauna, as well as distinct cultural adaptations for sentient beings who are like, yes, but that star, though it is distant, is our true God because it brings warmth and light. And the last interesting thought that I had around this dwarf star, primary star configuration was variable daylight duration. So as the planets orbit its primary dwarf star, the secondary star's position in the sky will change throughout the year. And depending on the relative position of the two stars, the planet may experience periods of extended daylight or even continuous daylight, as the light from the secondary star supplements or extends the primary star's daylight. Conversely, there may be periods with shorter days or even continuous twilight, depending on the alignment of the stars, when your secondary star is just nowhere to be seen. You should also be aware that if you have eccentric orbit effects, you could have very weird effects. So if the planet's orbit around the primary star is highly eccentric, the distance between the planet and the secondary star could vary significantly throughout the year. And this would further intensify the variations in seasonal effect and climate. Periods of extreme heat or cold could occur as the planet moves closer to or further away from the secondary star, leading to even more pronounced variations in the climate and the environment. When creating a fantasy or science fiction world within a binary star system, you have to think about the effect that it's going to have on your climate and on your tides in order to create a realistic and engaging environment. So if you enjoyed that discussion of climate and the seasons, hit the thumbs up button, and let's take a deeper, longer look at light in a binary star system. So light really does have a fundamental effect on life, and it would change in this binary star setup. In your P-type orbit, where the planet orbits both stars, the light conditions can be quite unique. Since the planet is orbiting around the two stars, the amount of light it receives will vary depending on the distance from the stars and their individual luminosity. At certain points in the orbit, both stars may be visible in the sky, resulting in near constant daylight. At other times, one star may eclipse the other, leading to a period of dimmer light or even darkness. This variability in the light could have profound effects both on your society and on life evolving on this world, especially its circadian rhythm. Sentient beings evolving on this life and inhabiting a world with a P-type orbits might develop flexible or irregular sleep patterns, adapting to the changing light conditions by being able to store up sleep, the way we're supposed to but really can't. Some species could evolve to be even more active during the periods of continuous daylight and go into a state of hibernation during the dimmer periods. This could lead to a wide range of unique adaptations among sentient beings and other life forms. This could lead to adaptations like storing sleep. It could lead to sight adaptations, being able to see in the dark if you're active in it. It could lead to adaptations of being able to store energy inside yourself that you generate from the sun, like everybody's Superman. So those kinds of adaptations are definitely worth thinking about, like how would people's sleep patterns change in this vastly different light situation? But that's in P-type orbits. In S-type orbits, where the planet orbits just one star while the other star orbits at a distance, this would probably result in the more familiar day-night cycle. The amount of light received by the planet would primarily be determined by the star it orbits, similar to our world. The distant companion star could still have an effect on the overall light conditions. The companion star could appear as a bright point of light in the sky, or even as a second smaller sun if it's particularly bright. This could lead to periods of increased daylight or double sunsets when both stars are visible in the sky, as well as periods of twilight or dimmer light when the companion star is visible, but the primary star is not. So you would have more regular day-night patterns, but you could still see changes in circadian rhythms. Sentient life might evolve rest cycles that account for the varying light conditions caused by the companion star. So maybe you could have extended periods of wakefulness or sleep, or maybe you could have life that's adapted to working even in that twilight period. So if you enjoyed that discussion of light, hit the thumbs up button. And let's talk about magic that could really fit into this world, because this, after all, is fantasy world building. So there's a couple of magic types that I think really fit a world like this. One is celestial magic. So this is where you have magic that is closely tied to the position, movements, and interactions of the two stars. You could have spells and rituals that become more potent or have different effects depending on the time of day or the alignment of the two binary stars. The celestial magic system would require practitioners to be very well versed in astronomy and understand the precise cycles of the two stars in order to judge when their rituals are ready to cast. You could also have a dualistic magic system, where the binary star system could give rise to a magic system that revolves around the concept of duality. Each star could represent opposing forces or elements. So one star could be associated with fire, warmth, and light, while the other could represent water, cold, and darkness. Magic users might have to draw on the power of both stars to maintain balance, or they could specialize in harnessing one of the stars, and it could be a kind of elemental magic system where you have access to different elements depending on the star you're associated with. You could also look at something like star bonded magic, where individuals could form a bond with one of the stars, granting them unique magical abilities. So it could tie into that elemental duality concept. So in this system, you could have the bond, the strength of it be determined by when the individual is born, which sun was in the star. And so the stars almost become like a totemic force to people who were born when they were ascended, and that gives them certain abilities and powers. Then, of course, tidal magic would absolutely work in this. So, given the significant impact of binary star systems on the tides, it absolutely makes sense to have a magic system that draws power from the tides, from gravity, much the same way as multiple moons gives you this kind of magic very naturally. It is worth exploring in a multiple sun world as well. And don't forget about the obvious one. There is unique light patterns being created by your binary stars, which means there's unique shadow patterns, which means a magic system leveraging light and shadow could very easily fit into this kind of world, including things like illusion magic or shadow travel, or all of those kinds of abilities associated with light and shadows could play very well in this world. And then depending on which star is ascended and how they are in relationship to each other, you could alter the strength of which one is more powerful, the light or the shadow. And then I mentioned everybody's Superman. Well, you could really leverage that. I mean, Superman gets his energy from our sun. Double the sun, double the power. So if you had a magic system where people drew their energy from the stellar energy of the suns, a binary system would give them an enormous advantage. No matter which magic system you select for your world, if you have a binary star system, I recommend you lean into that essential light, tides, gravity thing. It will make your world feel much more integrated. So if you enjoyed that magic discussion, hit the thumbs up button, and let's look at some examples of multiple sun systems in science fiction and science fantasy. The most obvious one, of course, is Tatooine from Star Wars. This is one of the most famous examples of a binary star system. Tatooine is, of course, the desert home planet of Luke Skywalker, and it orbits the twin suns, innovatively named Tatoo 1 and Tatoo 2. The binary star system contributes to the planet's climate and harsh environment, shaping the way of life for its inhabitants, including the moisture farmers like Luke, who collect water from the atmosphere. There are also diverse alien species that reside here with their water management strategies. Another example, in the same kind of vein, is Arrakis from Dune. So this is, of course, from the mind of Frank Herbert, and Arrakis is located in the binary star system of Canopus. The two suns contribute to the planet's dry and inhospitable environment. There's a trend there, which becomes the center of the struggle for control in the whole Dune saga, because there's also this unique life form, the worms, that create the spice or melange. The binary star system's influence on the planet's climate and ecology plays a pretty key role in the story of Dune and the political intrigue that results. Then there's a less well-known example, Heliconia from the Heliconia trilogy. This is from the pen of Brian Aldiss. Heliconia orbits a primary star, and a more distant secondary star. The unique orbital mechanics of this system results in extreme seasons that last for centuries, kind of like Game of Thrones, but with good reasons. And this profoundly affects the planet's climate, the flora, and the fauna. The civilizations of Heliconia are shaped by these long seasonal cycles, and the inhabitants adapt their cultures, their technology, and their lifestyles to survive this dramatic shifts in weather and environmental conditions. So I really recommend this if you're looking into binary systems, because he did a great job that didn't just result in, oh, desert planet. Another great example is the Nightfall series by Isaac Asimov and Robert Silverberg. The Nightfall series is set on the planet Kalgash, which is part of a complex system of six suns. The unique configuration of these suns results in a world where darkness is extremely rare, occurring only once every 2049 years. The impact of this binary and multi-star system on the world is profound, with a rare event of nightfall leading to chaos and social collapse as the inhabitants are completely unprepared for the darkness and the psychological effects it has on them. So if you take a look at these examples, yes, you could go desert planet, but there are so many more interesting things that you can do with a binary system. I would suggest really lean into that climate effect and the light effect and the variation and the variability. So if you enjoyed that discussion of the various systems that have binary, hit the thumbs up button. And let's talk about what I think you should consider if you are building a world in a binary system. Your most important question, in my opinion, is your orbital mechanics. Is it a P-type orbit? Is it an S-type orbit? This will change your climate. It will change the availability of light. It will have a profound impact on the life that evolves on this world. So think about the difference between P-type and S-type and what that offers you as a world and what you want out of your binary system. Much like with multiple moons, do not forget about the importance of tidal forces. Tidal forces are going to make a big difference in life, in magic, in the people that evolve here, and the sentient life and how they live. Remember that the light is going to change. Even in a more normal orbit, the light is still going to change. It is going to be different. Think about how your life deals with that variation in light. If you have long nights, what do people sleep more? If you have long days, do they stock up sleep and somehow expend it later? So give some consideration to the effects of light. As somebody who lives in the Arctic Circle, let me tell you that the variation in life makes a humongous difference to your ability to function as a person. And that's having evolved on a planet with a normal orbital cycle. And don't just make a binary system and go for desert world and move on. Like, lean into the changes it'll make in your society. Like, if you're just going to have a desert type world or whatever, just make a normal sun, But if you're going to use a binary system, really use a binary system. Think about your religious belief. Do people worship both suns? Do they worship one of the sun? Is it a dual kind of God situation? Think about how magic is going to be impacted. Think about your technology. Are people going to leverage the second sun's energy? How is all of that going to interact with each other? Lean into your binary system and you will make a unique, fantastic world that very few people explore. Sometimes you want to build a world that's not Earth. You want to make an alien world with strange creatures and a landscape filled with drinkable dust. But where do you start? How do you build a realistic world that will draw your reader in and give them enough familiarity that the world makes sense to them, and yet leave them feeling as though they have traveled to the furthest reaches of space? Today, let's talk about building crazy, weird, and out there worlds. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. So first, just a disclaimer, I am predominantly a fantasy fan and a fantasy writer, so my approach to building crazy weird worlds is that of science fantasy, not science fiction, and definitely not hard science fiction. Probably nothing that I do will stand up to any kind of scientific scrutiny. So if that's what you're looking for, you're probably not going to find it in this video. I'm going to approach this out of something that makes sense if you look at it through the fantasy lens. Okay, with that out the way, let's get on with it. First, you should define your geology. And by this, I don't just mean the mountains and the kind of areas where you have liquid flow, whether that's water or something else, or the ocean equivalent. I mean, you need to define what your atmosphere is. So, for example, it wouldn't make sense to have a completely weird world where people bleed white if you have oxygen and iron in your world. So what you want to do is you want to change your atmosphere and then think about the effects that that will have on the rest of your world. So for example, if you had a hydrogen-based atmosphere, do you have a higher gravity because it needs to hold the hydrogen down? Or does the atmosphere cloud just expand massively around your world and sit around it like this huge aura? Based on that, you need to define what a resource-rich area in your world looks like. So an area with potentially lots of hydrogen, an area with ethanol, an area where whatever it is that life on your world needs is abundant, and where that would be. Would it be close to your world's equator? Would it be up at the poles? Would it be somewhere in the middle? What would a resource-poor area look like? Potentially, in such a world, it could even be something like water is resource-poor. So areas which would be wetlands would be the equivalent of deserts or something like that. So think about what would resource-rich look like for life on that world, and what would resource poor look like for life on that world. And then, of course, things like mountains and canyons and all kinds of attributes like that. And if you want more details on that, there is a link down below to my video on landmarks and their creation in a fantasy world. Okay, so once you have kind of a rough idea of the geology, and remember you're going to be doing all of this kind of at once, so get a rough idea, move on, come back, etc. Once you have a rough idea of the geology, think about what your creatures should look like in your mind. So, do you want to have creatures that have white flesh? Do you want their skin tone to be sky blue? Do you want them to bleed white? What do you want their skeletons to be made of? What internal energy do you want them to have? We have a kind of electrical energy, and life on our world probably evoked from electrical energy. But what if you turned that into thermal energy? What if these creatures were natural fire breathers? What if that was how life evoked here, with heat? So people are almost like an internal combustion engine on the inside. That kind of thought process will then bring to mind things like what you want the skeleton made out of, what you want blood made out of, and what your flesh colors are. Once you have a very rough idea of what you want these creatures to look like, it's time to talk about food chains. Now, not all environments reach a kind of equilibrium that allows the evolution of higher life forms. Many of the basic life forms, the kind of one-celled organisms, they die before they can become more than that. But if you are going to have higher intelligent life, you need to reach a kind of state of equilibrium, and that means that you need food chains. Food chains is the sequence of transfer of matter and energy from one organism to another. So energy is always wasted in this process. In our world, it's wasted as heat energy. But in your world, that waste could generate electrical energy or cold energy, or some kind of energy is generated from this process of eating organisms, which is the process of the transfer of energy. So give some thought to your waste product. But food chains are much more important than just your waste product. There are 3 types of food chains. The first is the predator food chain, and this is the one I guess we're all the most familiar with. You have producers that make food from your environment. So in our world, these are represented by plants who create food for the rest of the food chain through photosynthesis with sunlight and the intake of CO2. And they expel, as a waste product from this process, they expel O2, oxygen. Herbivores eat producers. So in our case, this would be represented by cows, sheep, manatees, all of these kinds of creatures that eat the primary producers and get their energy from that process. And then carnivores eat herbivores. So lions, humans, etc., those who eat the eaters of producers. So that is what defines a predatory chain. And on your world, you will need to have some of these chains. So you will need to have producers, herbivores, and carnivores in order to make those food chains work. But they're not the only food chain. You can also have a parasitic food chain, which is a parasite that feeds on your carnivore or your herbivore or your plants. Examples of parasite include ticks, the alum bark beetle, etc. Now, the big deal with parasitical food chains is that A, they don't cause death, and B, they also need the producers. You are going to need the producers no matter what. Now, parasites can also be fed on by smaller parasites, so you can have a multi-stage parasitical food chain where a parasite feeds on a herbivore and another parasite feeds on that parasite, etc. It's parasites all the way down. And then the last type of food chain is the saprophyte food chain. Now, these are organisms that live on dead organic matter. For example, mushrooms. So these guys decompose and eat decomposing matter. Of course, for there to be dead organic matter, you have to have your producers in the first place to produce organic matter. When you are creating your world, in broad strokes, you are going to need producers, parasites, something to break down the dead, herbivores, and carnivores. You have to have at least something in each of these categories, probably starting with what is your producer and what does it create the energy from? Because it doesn't have to be the sun. In a hydrogen world, it could absorb the hydrogen and eject, I don't know, water as a waste product, for example. So give some thought to what produces energy on your world and then everything that eats it and feeds off it. And if you enjoyed talking about food chains and food webs, hit the thumbs up button. And let's talk about things to think about when creating these species. So the first thing that you should think about is which are your keystone species in which of those geological environments that we talked about. A keystone species is a species that is critical to the survival of others in its community. Not all species are equally important. Some help to ensure equilibrium. An example of this from the animal side of the equation is the starfish Pisister Crassius. In the marine intertidal communities off the northwest coast of America, these starfish feed off the mussels Mytilus californius. And during experiments where this starfish has been removed from those communities, these mussels completely take over the shores and they crowd out every other species until there is nothing but mussels. So these starfish are a keystone for the survival of every other species in this environment. From the plant side of the equation, the figs in tropical America are a pretty critical plant. They bear fruit year round, and there are a plethora of animals in all seasons who are dependent on this food source. So these birds and these animals would die if the fig tree were removed from the environment. So when you're creating your environment that you're setting up, whether that is a tropical zone with rich resources or a desert type environment with very poor resources, think about what your keystone species is and why. Is it because they produce food, or is it because they hunt an otherwise dominant species that would take over the environment? Give that some thought and create that species to control that part of your environment. The other thing that you should think about when you're setting up your species is mutualism. So mutualism is where one species helps another, whether they appear to be antagonistic species or not. A great example of this is fish cleaning stations that I spoke about in my tools and underwater homes video, where you have fish that clean parasites off other fish despite the fact that they, look like they should be the prey of that kind of fish. Insects that pollinate plants are also a great example of this kind of mutualism. The insects get food and the plants get their seeds spread far and wide. Fun fact to remember with mutualism is often there will also be cheater mutualism that develops, which is, for example, the fake cleaner fish in the ocean, where it looks like a cleaner fish, it hangs out in a cleaning station, but when the fish rocks up to be cleaned and it opens its mouth, the fake cleaner fish goes inside its mouth and actually starts eating it like on the inside, eating away at its mouth and so on, and it kills the fish that's come to the cleaning station. So don't forget about fake mutualism. Often, these kinds of species that are engaged in mutualism co-evolve. For example, insects have grown better at distributing the pollen of the plants they are adapted to, and those plants have grown better at producing the pollen that works for those insects until it reaches the point where it looks as though these two species were made for each other. But really, all that happened was through natural selection, the specimens that were the best geared for survival were the ones who survived and thrived. Another thing to think about is ecological succession. So during my forest making video, which you can check out in the link, I did speak about how a forest is formed from an open field. I spoke about the fact that you get pioneer species that go out, and when they establish themselves, they actually make the soil richer for other plants to come into that environment and for a forest to start building. And you need to think about that kind of ecological succession. Which species are pioneer species? Which species can make the ground richer, can go into a resource poor area and start making it more resource rich? And of course, the reverse. Which species, be it plant or animal, contributes to making an area poorer? Which species encourages your world's version of desertification? And lastly, of course, because this is a fantasy channel, even if we're discussing a more sciencey topic today, don't forget about magic in your world. How does magic interact with these creatures? Is magic part of the environment? Are there sources of magic that bubble up to the surface? Are some of your creatures innate magicians who can use portions of the power of magic to affect the world around them? Trade is the lifeblood of civilization. Trade is where cultures mingle and change. Trade is critical to our life as we understand it today. We have traded with each other since before we figured out how to make paper and write on it. The earliest clay tablets are writings about trades and gifts and taxes and other economic matters. But would the same apply if we went into space? Would we trade with species not our own? People that did not originate on a planet like Earth? Would those species be interested in trading with aliens like us? Or would our values be too different? That is what I want to talk about today. Trading in a science fiction universe. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. This video is the culmination of my space fantasy world building series, and it has been a long time coming. I have spoken about creating geopolitical units in space, faster than light travel, magic in space, and futuristic technology. We've explored value in worlds where resources are limitless, and we've covered currency. Finally, it is time to talk about trade in space. The reason why we had to talk about all of those other topics is because, for example, the way your universe has broken the FTL barrier fundamentally affects their trading methods. If your FTL method is something like Dune, your trade takes place planet to planet, with cargo ships moving the goods. If, on the other hand, your FTL is something more like Babylon 5, where you have jump gate points, you will have something more akin to trade routes, and hubs for trade will spring up where the gates exist. Of course, currency and what cultures value will equally affect trade, as will the geopolitical division of space, and so on and so forth. So yes, a long time coming, but I think we finally have the foundation to speak about the complexities of space-age trade. So how I'm going to approach this video is to split it into 4 potential trade models and explore each of these models, how they would come about, what storytelling opportunities they offer, and what you should be aware of when using these models. So without further ado, let's plunge into the first one, the lone wolf trader. The lone wolf traders journey in self-contained and independent trading vessels across the cosmos, buying and selling goods from anyone they can find. In the grim darkness of the far future, where traders navigate the warp, we find the best example of the lone wolf trader, rogue traders from the Warhammer 40k lore. First, I should explain what a rogue trader is. Rogue traders are empowered by the Imperium with warrants of trade, ancient and powerful legal documents that grant them the authority to travel beyond the Imperium's borders, to trade, to conquer in the name of the Empire, and to expand the reach of the Imperium. They travel in massive ships as large as 5 kilometers long and with a crew of thousands to explore new worlds, and they are often traveling for years outside the borders of the Imperium. These kinds of lone wolf traders are absolutely ideal if you have a space frontier type of vibe. They embody the pioneering spirit of humanity, and as such are great for telling exploration type stories. But they have their dark side too and can play really well with themes like imperialism, exploitation, and the moral complexities of interaction with alien cultures. Use these kind of traders if you want to lean into a story of first contact, exploration, or surviving space without external help. The ship can get into all kinds of trouble after all, which can be a fantastic story to tell. If you do use lone wolf traders, you should bear the following points in mind. 1. The ship. This needs to be well defined. How does FTL work in your universe? Do they need fuel? Is there one person whose role is critical to the FTL, for example, the navigator of Warhammer 40k? How much crew does it take to pilot the ship? What kind of threats can they face? All of those details are critical to telling your story. Bear in mind, the characters live on the ship. You should consider their daily lives, their entertainment, how long they can be on the ship before going stir crazy, and so on. This is the character's home, and it needs a lot of effort put into it. 2. Control. Somewhere back in the home culture, there is someone who wants control exercised over the lone wolf trader. They are still agents of their homeworld culture after all. Much like the privateers of the age of sail and exploration were still agents of their countries of origin. In Warhammer 40k, this control is exercised through the warrant of trade, likely based on the writs privateers in our world carried as well. In your world, how is control exercised over these lone wolves? What's stopping someone with enough cash from jumping up and becoming one of these traders? And what discipline can the home culture exercise over these traders? In Warhammer 40k, the writ of trade can be withdrawn, and then the rogue trader is vulnerable to the laws of the Empire. What happens in your world if a trader goes too far? And what would they have to do in order to be considered over the line and be condemned? Consideration 3. Protocols. If you think about Star Trek Voyager, which was basically operating on a lone wolf model, and you contrast that with Rogue Trader, you can clearly see the difference protocols make. Rogue traders are agents of the Imperium, and they will always look to suppress the Xeno, even if they trade with them. But Star Trek is built on welcoming all, so their first contact scenarios are vastly different. You don't need to define every possible protocol in the home culture here. Just consider what the general flavor of protocol is and how that affects your lone wolf trader. The vibe of protocol, if you will. Consideration 4. Effect beyond trade. What is the political impact of these lone wolf traders? If they come out of space with new trade goods or an alien species, what is the reaction of their home culture? Will there be conflict between them and other traders or between them and the Empire? Basically, when the main characters return home, will they be considered conquering heroes or black villains? And if you know all four of those things, you should be good to create your lone wolf trader model. And if you like this discussion of lone wolf traders, hit the thumbs up button and let's talk about the next model, trading hubs. Trade hubs are what they sound like, places where trade takes place, much like trading towns in our world. Now, of course, trade takes place in almost every town and city in our world, but a trading town is a town that exists primarily for trade because of its location. And the same applies to a trading hub in space. Typically, this kind of hub would arise because of your FTL method. If you need a specific kind of fuel, a trading hub might arise close to the source of that fuel. Or, like the example we're going to explore, if your FTL method uses outside the ship boosters, like the jump gates of Babylon 5, Trading hubs could very well arise around the devices that make FTL trade possible. This is indeed the case with Babylon 5, the diplomatic and trading stations situated at the jump gate located in neutral space. Babylon 5 acts as a crossroads for trade routes spanning the galaxy. This strategic placement facilitates commerce, diplomacy, and interaction among a multitude of races with varying interests and needs. The station's neutrality makes it a safe space for traders, diplomats, and travelers from competing empires, fostering a marketplace that is as diverse in goods and services as it is in clientele. Traders from all over the universe are welcome, and the major and minor political players all have representation on Babylon 5, leading to 5 seasons of great content. Okay. 4 seasons of great content. And also ran. But that wasn't their fault. They were told to wrap up in 4 seasons, and they did that, and then they were told, psych, no, you're getting another season. And they had to go fish for the story. So cut the last season some slack. Anyway, trade hubs like Babylon 5 offer rich thematic and storytelling opportunities. They can be melting pots of culture where various species and factions interact, leading to stories of cooperation and conflict, intrigue and betrayal, cultural exchange and misunderstanding. Trade hubs also allow for exploration of various themes, such as economic disparity, the impacts of commerce on less technologically advanced society, and the ethical implications of trade, including smuggling and the black market. All themes that are explored in Babylon 5. So lean into this as your trading model if you want a plethora of alien races interacting on a daily basis and a place where trade is driven by its location. Like with lone traders, there's a few things to bear in mind with this model. 1. Economic systems. The foundation of any trade hub is its economy. Consider the currencies used, the types of goods traded, and the economic policies that govern commerce. There will absolutely be currency traders here, and information brokers, and perhaps even some kind of stock exchange. Any sort of economic activity you can think of in our world will exist in these space hubs. 2. Security. How is peace maintained in a place that attracts so many different and potentially hostile groups? The role of law enforcement and security measures is crucial in maintaining order and protecting trade. Who pays for this law enforcement? In Babylon 5, it starts out with the Earth Gov paying for the station. But as the story progresses and they become more and more militant, Earth Gov that is, Babylon 5 levies fees from traders and other species and becomes independent of Earth Gov, which comes with its own set of problems, of course. And as part of your security, you should also consider the role the hub plays in politics. Is it independent? Is it run by a specific culture? How do the ambassadors treat it? And is it also a diplomatic station? 3. Infrastructure. Designing a space that accommodates diverse species requires some pretty thoughtful infrastructure planning, from the docking bays for different ships, to marketplaces where people can mingle, to residential areas. You need to take into consideration alien life form requirements, like different kinds of air, or food, or even radiation or light sources that the various species require. So think about all of those elements when you're putting together the infrastructure of this hub. Remember, people will be spending time here, and you need to plan that infrastructure up front. 4. Cultural exchange. The interactions between various species and cultures at a trade hub can lead to cultural diffusion, tension, and innovation. This is an amazing opportunity for storytelling. The whole drama of Babylon 5 kicks off because of a cultural misunderstanding. The Minbari see open gun ports on a ship as a sign of respect, but an Earth captain had taken that as a threat and attacked a Minbari ship, and that kicked off the Earth-Minbari war that preceded the series start. That kind of cultural misunderstanding very easily comes about on such a trade hub and can create amazing stories. Trade hubs like Babylon 5 are not just economic centers. They are vibrant ecosystems that bring together a galaxy's worth of diversities, conflict, and story potential. And if you enjoyed this conversation about Babylon 5 and trade hubs, hit that thumbs up button and let's talk about fast track routes. So fast track routes are trade routes where you can move from one planet to another with barely any effort once you've created your track or built your road. A great example of this comes from Stargate, the TV series. In the Stargate universe, the network of Stargates represents a unique form of trade and travel infrastructure. This system relies on point-to-point teleportation between gates, enabling nearly instantaneous travel across vast distances. Now, to use a system like this, you need to invest in building the track, i.e., you need to build or find the gate, depending on your tech level, and you need to get it to the other end of the track. But once the track is established, the cost of travel is negligible. This kind of trade has some really nice thematic elements like exclusivity and knowledge as power. Knowing how to use the track and control of the track and its extensions becomes a powerful commodity. Such knowledge could become closely guarded secrets or valuable trade items in and of themselves. Or you could lean into technological disparity as a theme. The contrast between societies with access to the fast-track technologies and those without highlights themes of technological disparity and its impact on societal development, economic inequality, and cultural exchange. This is an especially great story to lean into if each society has to pay for its own track, but the best way to pay for the track is to be on the track, creating a loop where poor societies get poorer. Just be careful not to be too on the nose with these themes. When a theme hits you in the face with a baseball bat and it loses the story, no one enjoys that. Okay, so there are some interesting themes to play with, but what should you consider when building a fast-track trading system? 1. Initial investment versus operational cost. This highlights the contrast between the high technological and resource investment needed to establish and maintain the gates versus the low operational cost of using them once they are in place. This fundamentally affects the distribution model of the fast-track system. How these tracks are distributed across the galaxy, randomly, strategically by an ancient civilization, or through current technological endeavors, can affect the network's accessibility and its strategic value. 2. Security and control. Consider how access is controlled and secured against unauthorized use, including technological safeguards, military presence, or diplomatic agreements. Who can access the fast-track system and how is that access secured? 3. Economic and social impact. Explore how instantaneous travel affects trade dynamics, the valuation of goods, and the economic development of connected worlds. The network could lead to booming trade centers at gate locations, while also posing challenges to local economies unprepared for such rapid integration. And also consider how access to the network shapes societal structures, from economic systems to government types, and how it influences the daily lives of individuals who interact with goods brought through the track. 4. Cultural exchange and conflict. The fast track facilitates not just trade, but also cultural exchange, potentially leading to cultural homogenization or conflict as different worlds come into close contact. The network can be a source of both conflict or cooperation, as worlds negotiate for access, defend against threats, and navigate the complexities of interstellar diplomacy. This kind of trade network is fantastic if you want to explore the effect of advanced technology on trade and societies without worrying too much about ships and space travel. And if you enjoyed that exploration of trade in the fast track, hit the thumbs up button and let's talk about the human element. The Talent series by Anne McCaffrey introduces a fascinating premise for trade and transportation within a universe, a network dependent on the psychic abilities of a select few individuals known as talents. This concept, which we could call a psych-linked trade network, showcases the profound impact of individual abilities on commerce, travel, and interstellar connectivity. This framework offers rich thematic exploration and storytelling opportunities centered around scarcity, power, and the human element in galactic trade networks. The reliance on a small number of individuals with unique abilities to facilitate trade and transport introduces a natural scarcity, creating a monopoly over interstellar movement. This theme can be explored through the lens of economic control and social inequality and the politics of resource distribution. But you can go either way with this. You can explore the question of allowing such a small number of people to dominate so totally a critical aspect of life. Or you can explore the impact of being such an important cog on these people. The potential for exploitation of these talented individuals raises ethical questions about freedom, autonomy, and the commodification of humans. Stories can delve into the lives of talents, the burdens of their abilities, and their struggle for rights and recognitions. The dependence on talents for critical infrastructure makes societies vulnerable to their loss, incapacitation, or manipulation. And this vulnerability can drive narratives about security, redundancy in systems, and the quest for alternative methods of trade and transport. Unlike technological trade systems, this site-linked trade network emphasizes the human or sentient being element, exploring how individual personalities, ethics, and relationships impact the functioning and efficiency of trade. By focusing on the individuals who control the trade network, you can write a deeply personal perspective on the broader sci-fi setting, exploring their lives, challenges, and growth. The central role of talents in the economy and society sets the stage for conflict, be it personal rivalry, political machinations, to control the talents, or external threats targeting the network. You could tell a tale of how people strive to be free of the tyranny of talent, or a tale of how talents strive for human rights, and both stories would be fascinating for your audience. My cat really, really, really wants to say hello. So this is Asura, and she loves you all. I promise she does. And we're going to try and finish this video. So, what should you consider when building such a human-orientated trade network? Well, honestly, it's a lot like what you need to think about when you're building your magic system and thinking about mages. So, same as with mages. 1. Training and discovery. How are talents identified, trained, and integrated into the trade network? The processes behind these steps can add depth to your world and its cultures. 2. Social status and rights. What are the social status of talents? Are they revered, feared, or exploited? What are their legal rights or lack thereof? This is the thematic heart of this kind of trade structure, and you should certainly give it some thought. 3. Limits and costs. Define the limits of the talent's abilities and any physical or emotional costs associated with their use. This can introduce tension and stakes into the narrative. Like with magic systems, the limitations are actually more interesting than the pyrotechnics. And for my take on magic systems, I have a whole playlist right over there. And 4. Alternative systems. Consider whether there are alternative trade and transport systems in place for redundancy or to serve areas beyond the reach of the talents, and how these systems interact with or compete against the talent-based network. Integrating this kind of trade network into a story offers a unique opportunity to explore the intersection of power, ethics, and human potential within the vast expanse of a sci-fi universe. It challenges world builders and storytellers to think deeply about the implications of basing a critical infrastructure on the abilities of a few, weaving together narratives that are as compelling and complex as the universes they inhabit. It allows you to humanize your theme and to tell a great story. And I know I hammer on theme a lot, but isn't that why we choose one thing over another in world building? Because of the stories it allows us to tell? Trade is not just a background element. It's a vital aspect of world building that adds layers of complexity, realism, and intrigue to our stories. The key to using the right trading model is to build the model that supports your story best, that gives you the most creative freedom to tell the tale or run the campaign that plays out in the universe that you have built. And as such, your theme guides that universe and should guide your world building to create what you need to tell the story. Let me know in the comments which trading model you like best and what stories you would tell with it. This video is gonna get me some comment hate. I can already hear the Asimov Uber fans' fingers hitting the keyboard. You can't be serious! It's impossible to compare the genius that is Asimov to Cameron's Avatar. And I see you, Asimov fan. Believe me, I see you. But hear me out. Foundation's Edge and Avatar both used sentient worlds, but they used them very differently. And as such, they played different, but actually quite interesting thematic roles in their stories. And that's what I want to talk about today. Building sentient worlds and the thematic roles they can play in your universe. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. Let's start with Avatar. James Cameron's Pandora is a lush, vibrant world filled with bioluminescent plants and diverse fauna. It is visually stunning, but more than that, it's emotionally hard-hitting. Look, Avatar was a little too derivative for me personally, but I still admire what Cameron did with it. It taps into mythological archetypes, the brave mystical savage living in harmony with nature, and that draws viewers into a story that feels both familiar and deeply moving. The narrative evokes ancient themes of Mother Earth and the sacredness of nature, resonating with a broad audience on an emotional level. But unlike our planet, Earth, Pandora isn't just a backdrop, it's a character in its own right. The Na'vi, Pandora's indigenous people, have a profound spiritual connection to their world, primarily through Iowa, the guiding force that represents the collective consciousness of all life on Pandora. And Iowa plays a crucial thematic role in Avatar. As the Navi's deity, Iowa embodies the interconnectedness of all living things on Pandora. This connection is not just spiritual, but physical, as seen through the neural link the Navi form with various creatures and plants. This bond allows the Navi to communicate with Iowa and maintain balance within their ecosystem. Iowa's role extends beyond the spiritual, serving as a narrative device to highlight the environmental message of Avatar. The destruction of Pandora's ecosystem by human colonizers mirrors, sometimes with the subtlety of a sledgehammer, real-world environmental issues, emphasizing the need for respect and harmony with nature. Basically, the neural connection symbolizes people's connection to the natural elements of their world through Iowa and through the spiritual and physical connection of sharing the planet. This aligns with Cameron's broader thematic goal of fostering an emotional connection to the environment, making a powerful statement about the importance of preservation and the consequences of ecological disruption. By focusing on the elements of interconnectedness, Avatar uses its living world to create an emotional bond with the audience, emphasizing the interconnectedness of all life and the importance of living in harmony with your environment. So that is how you can use a living world as a stand-in for spiritual power and use it to tell a story that embraces the spiritual and emotional themes around nature and life and the interconnectedness of an ecology. And it makes for a powerful device. For all that I have my issues with Avatar, it has to be counted as a successful movie, so clearly it is a device that resonates with viewers at some level. But now, let's turn our attention to a different way of using a sentient world. Let's talk about Gaia, Asimov, and an intellectual thought exercise. In Isaac Asimov's Foundation's Edge, we encounter Gaia, a planet where every living and non-living component shares a collective consciousness. Unlike Pandora's emotional and spiritual connections, Gaia presents a more intellectual and philosophical concept. On Gaia, individuality blends into a greater whole. This shared consciousness raises profound questions. What does it mean to be an individual? How does a society function when everyone can access each other's thoughts and experiences? Asimov uses Gaia to explore the boundaries between individualism and collectivism, posing it as a potential future for humanity. It's a thought exercise that challenges readers to consider the ethical and practical implications of such a society. While it might lack the immediate emotional impact of Pandora, I found Gaia's concept to be intellectually stimulating, and the story stuck with me for far longer than the movie of Avatar. Gaia's collective consciousness serves as a central theme in Foundation's Edge, reflecting Asimov's interest in the tension between individual freedom and collective good. This tension is a recurring motif in his work, often exploring how societal structures can balance these competing interests. The idea of Gaia pushes this exploration to its outer edges by presenting a society where the collective consciousness aims to create perfect harmony among its inhabitants and the environment. Gaia challenges the concept of individuality by creating a world where all thoughts, all experiences are shared. This setup prompts readers to question the value of individual thoughts and privacy. Asimov uses Gaia to suggest that such a system could lead to a more harmonious and efficient society, free from the conflicts and misunderstandings that arise from individualism. This principle is essentially, if we all understood each other perfectly, there would be no conflict. That being said, for someone who's used to having physical and mental privacy available to them or to me, the idea of joining a collective consciousness scratched me in very weird places. And it is why Foundation's Edge stayed with me so long, and why it sometimes still lives rent-free in my head. Would it be worth it to trade personal autonomy and mental privacy for a state where you are never lonely and there's never conflict? I don't know. It's a question I sway back and forth on when I think about it. If you'd been born in such a society, would you even miss the concept of privacy? I don't know. But the philosophical implications of Gaia extend to broader questions about the nature of consciousness and identity. In a society where every being is part of a larger consciousness, the definition of self becomes fluid. It raises the question, is personal identity an intrinsic part of being human, or can it be sacrificed for the greater good? Can you kill off people's individual choices to make them all conform to a single giant entity? When I thought about this again for this video, this was the point where I backed away from the concept of Gaia. I think I would rather be lonely and me than interconnected and not me. Maybe that makes me selfish, and maybe tomorrow I'll change my mind. But that's where I stand today. Where do you stand? Let me know in the comments. But where I stood is not where Golan Trevis stood when he made the decision of which way the universe should go. He is the protagonist of Foundation's Edge, and that choice of which way the galaxy should go was up to him. Now, Golan thought about all of these deep philosophical questions, and he explored them. And to Asimov's credit as a writer, there were no clear answers to these questions. But in the end, on intuition that it would bring the least harm to the most people, Golan chose the Gaia model. But there was a wrinkle, because Golan thinks that he chooses based on intuition, but in fact, Daniel R. Oliver manipulated Golan into making that choice so that an intergalactic invasion by aliens is turned away by the United Galaxy. And that brings up even more philosophical questions. When the AI is pulling the strings for the good of humanity, is it really for our good? And as always with Asimov, does the concept of free will even exist? Or is it just an illusion we cling to in the dark, a comforting lie we tell ourselves? So that's Gaia, and obviously very, and I mean very different from Avatar, with deep philosophical questions and a very interesting theme of how collective consciousness versus the individual could work. Have you read Foundation's Edge? Does it live rent-free in your head? Let me know in the comments. But this is a world-building channel, not a Marie Shoots the Breeze channel. So what is the lesson for world builders? How can we use sentient worlds in our stories? Is it just these two examples, or are there more? Let's plunge into 5 ways to use sentient worlds, including some examples. 1. Emotional and spiritual connection as illustrated by Pandora in Avatar. Create a world where the inhabitants have a deep emotional bond with their environment. This can be through a collective consciousness, a spiritual connection, or a symbiotic relationship. This model works well to explore themes of environmentalism and the sacredness of the environment. It can evoke a sense of wonder and reverence in your audience. In order to make this work well, you should develop rituals, myths, and cultural practices that highlights the inhabitants' connection to the world, making it an integral part of their identity and their daily lives. 2. Philosophical exploration of identity as illustrated by Gaia in Foundation's Edge. Here you use a sentient world to delve into philosophical questions about individuality, collective consciousness, and the nature of self. And you do this by challenging your characters and through them your readers to consider the trade-offs between personal autonomy and collective harmony. Explore the implications of a society where privacy and individuality are sacrificed for the greater good. Now, to make this work, there needs to be dilemmas and conflicts that force the characters to confront these themes and leave the reader wondering, would I have chosen that? And that's our 2 deep examples from the earlier part in this video. But I do have another 3. So, onward to number 3. Using a sentient world as a narrative device for conflict and tension, as illustrated by Ego, the Living Planet, in the Marvel Comics. Here you use the sentient world as an antagonist or a source of conflict. Its goals and actions can create tension and drive the plot. You can use the world's consciousness to reflect broader themes, such as the dangers of unchecked power, the consequences of isolation, or the ethical dilemmas of artificial intelligence. To make this work, you should develop the sentient world's personality, motivations, and ability. And really think about the fact that the sentient world has access to all of a world's resources, but it might have no peers. That limitless power and that lack of connection to peers of its kind can create a potent mixture to create a villain that is desperately lonely and yet cannot interact with anybody else because they just have too much resources available to them, too much power. You want to make this world an active participant in the story with its own agenda and its own influence over events. 4. A symbol of collective memory and history. I don't actually have an example for this one. Let me know in the comments if you've ever seen something like this. But I think it would be fascinating to use the world's consciousness as a repository of collective memory, preserving the history, culture, and knowledge of all the inhabitants that have ever lived on it. This would highlight the importance of memory, heritage, and the lessons of the past. It could also show how the world's consciousness helps or hinders the characters' understanding of their own history. You could implement this through some kind of spiritual or biological means, which I touched on briefly around the grass and the baobab trees in my Savannah video. Or you could go the sci-fi route and embed an AI into the world, which I think would be a super interesting approach to creating a sentient world as well. So the AI can control the world and its resources and draw power from the world. So is it still a machine at that point? Or has it become all of the living things? Have you fused man and machine? And check out my video on AI characters for more thoughts on AI. And then finally, 5. A sentient planet can serve as a metaphor for human experience. My best example here is Solaris by Stanislaw Lem. And I know it's technically not the planet that's sentient, it's the ocean, but it still illustrates the point, I think. In this model, the sentient world serves as a metaphor for complex human experiences, such as grief, love, or the subconscious mind. Chris Kelvin, the protagonist of Solaris, is confronted by a simulacra of his deceased lover, and he has to deal with his guilt over her death as part of the story. In this model, you could use the world's interactions with the characters to mirror their inner struggles, their fears and desires. And this can add psychological depth and resonance to your story, packing quite an emotional punch. To make this work, create scenarios where the sentient world reflects or amplifies the character's emotions and thoughts, prompting them to confront their deepest issues. Sentient worlds offer a rich tapestry of possibilities for exploring themes and enhancing your narrative. Whether you want to evoke emotional connections, provoke philosophical thought, or create compelling conflicts, these worlds can be powerful tools in your world-building arsenal. I hope that this video has provided you with some food for thought. And if you enjoyed it, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button. And if you want to support the channel financially, consider picking up one of my books. While I haven't implemented a living world, I do have an AI who controls the world in the series Skies of Destiny, or if epic fantasy is more your speed, check out Sangwheel Chronicles, which has no sentient worlds but many spirits and much assassin shenanigans. However, you can also show your support just by watching another video. Since you enjoyed this video, maybe check out my video on building a magic system where magic and technology combine. And I will see you soon for another video from Just in Time Worlds, where we build what we need, when we need it.